Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Vainglory Invitational League. And today we bring you the first week of VIS64, the Challenger Series that's going to be taking place, the competitive scene for the autumn season. Joining me tonight is Forecourt Jester, our shoutcaster, and helping me at the analyst desk. Forecourt, how's it going?
What up? Yes, VIS64. I'm personally excited. I thought that 32 went really well. Really excited to see what kind of challenger teams make it here into challenge battles, and then from there, Evil 8. But yeah, I mean, Dragonborn, we're the dream team right here. It's Forecourt Dragon.
Well, we are to start off today. This is, of course, the first week of the autumn season for the North America Challenger Series. The European Challenger Series also took place this morning. And as we get started here, we do need to talk about some of the changes that are taking place in this autumn season. So the autumn season, one of the biggest changes is the fact that it's 64, but we're breaking these up into two groups. There's Group A, which is this week. So the teams that you're going to see in the bracket on the image right now is Group A and 64 seeds, 1 through 64 actually. So the other seeds that you don't see here are going to be in Group B. That means we do have 2 weeks of groups. These are going to be tournaments that go all the way, but they're double elimination tournaments. That's the other big change. And every single series is best of 3. What that means is it's going to be, more important during the early rounds that, if you really are a good team, you don't get knocked out on a fluke. That, you could show it up. If there's a team that surprises you one game, you can still get back into it for court. But more importantly, if you lose one series, you are not out of it completely. You are in this double elimination bracket. You fall to the loser bracket, which will be happening concurrently to the winner bracket that we'll be streaming today.
Well, it just gives these guys another chance to kind of get into that top rank. So you lose out one, it's not that bad anymore. It's not just one up, one down. And, getting into the finals, you can actually do it from that lower bracket. It has been done, and it's probably going to happen again, knowing the competitive level of a lot of these teams. But I'm really excited about the changes because we just get to see more and more great Vainglory because of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, and it also means that you now have way more teams that can sign up and play, but it also adds a little bit of consistency week to week. Instead of signing up and remember to sign up every week, you just got to do it once per split to get in for this into this split 1 to then hopefully make it to the challenger battles, which will be taking place at the end of this split, the 3rd week. And the big change there as well is that this first week is Group A, next week is Group B, and then the 3rd week of this challenger series for split 1 will be the top 8 teams from both groups coming and competing, and the top 3 from that tournament will be moving on to play the lower 3 of the Evil 8. So that is where the challenger battles will take place, and that is how you can get to that point. So it's a little bit different this season, slight changes that will be happening, and I just want to make sure we've taken the time to explain it to all the viewers as we start this new season of Vainglory. Of course, to this season, the goal is the ultimate goal for court as we are leading into Worlds.
Well, Worlds is obviously going to be a fantastic event. I would know. I'm hopefully going to be there. But at the same time, yes, that is the highest level that is going to be at the end of this one. There's no autumn finals. So whoever can, get into those slots for Worlds gets to go straight into an international stage. And that is where a lot of metal will be tested.
Absolutely, and we're going to see a lot of these metas that have been isolated in silos coming together, and we're going to be seeing as they prepare for it, a lot of research done to prepare for that. But these teams, these challenger teams, these are not in the Evil 8, but they have a shot to make it in the Evil 8, and they have a shot to go all the way to the top, just like we saw in Europe with Team Snow. A team that came out of the challenger battles, made it all the way to the top, first place, and qualified for Worlds. This is something that can happen if there is this, young, talented team rising through the ranks right now. And that's the purpose of these challenger series, to make sure that every single competitive team that's out there has a chance to show that they're the best. And it's exciting because this is where we really get to see the grassroots of these new organizations and these new teams coming to life.
Well, I mean, I really hope that it's not just going to be the single situation of Waldemar getting into Waldekar, taking his team Walda far because he's a Walda star. No, we need to get somebody else from the challengers up there, man. We need to make those new legends, and that is what we're hopefully going to be determining here. Because, man, like, that is the Cinderella story. That's through and through dethroning European champions straight out of Challenger League. Like, that is the best kind of storyline you can get for a team emerging onto the scene.
Yeah, it really is, and it's exciting, and we may see this in North America, although it's been such an established competitive scene in North America for so long, you don't see it too often, but we did see Nemesis Titan rising up and making it into the Evil 8 and performing fairly well, so we are here to bring you guys that new season and a lot of young talent rising up, and we're about ready to actually start our first match. So today, forecourt, we are going to be starting with the number 1 seed, Noble Pro, going up against the number 64 seed Apex Squad. Now, you know, this is probably going to be a tough order for Apex Squad, but the key here is to be focusing on one of the probably most surprising rosters to come out of this season into the Challenger Series is the fact that Noble Pro, Noble's an organization that's been kind of dabbling in the esports scene in Vainglory, and they've got a whole new roster, and some of these names you may remember or you may know of.
Well, I'm definitely looking at Pajama Drama on the roster list. He's really the big standout name for me. Noble Pro, of course, has had very successful players on their team in the past. Xenotech was Noble for a point there, and then El Riesco was with him, and then El Riesco moved on to Nemesis Titan, which got into Evil 8 at the same time. Xenotech, then he's still with Phoenix now in that Evil 8 situation as well. So Pajama Drama is kind of leading off that new roster, but Vainglorious, Hideos, Blair Kid, and Bound Titan to go with them. The bigger question will be, how will Apex Squad fare? Because these are all new names to me. Uzi, El Mundo de Angel. That's a mouthful, that one there, Dragon. But Kickbasket, Gamersaurus, Royal 21, and 3D Win. It does look like we've got Uzi, El Mundo, and 3D all ready to roll. So, I mean, you got to put your best foot forward here.
Well, we're about to see and find out how they do, and we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will be starting game number 1 of this best of 3 of the very first match series of the autumn season for Challengers. So, don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
And we are live, getting you guys into the very first game of this series, of the Challenger Series, here with Forecourt Jester. We're going to be casting and breaking down, starting with the draft, and Forecourt, without any hesitation, let's get right into it.
Well, no Samuel, no Taka, surprisingly enough. It still seems to be a big North American focus, but that does leave Lyra to go through. Finn! Feels like it's been a while since we've seen a Finn, but there he is, full and ready. So both the roams likely picked up, and a Ringo to follow.
Yeah, surprising to see actually the Ringo pick, more importantly, although Finn has been one of those more consistent supports because of even just comfort. You're not surprised when someone plays him. Ringo, another very comfortable pick. A lot of players have learned how to play and learned how to rank on Ringo. So to see someone coming up through the ranks, wanting to stick on something that they're comfortable with, not so surprising, but rounding it out with the Scarf on Team Apex, that's going to be interesting.
Well, Saw on one side, Scarf on another, but this also leads me into believing that we're going to be seeing a Jungle Ringo. And double range, it's actually quad range, 5 range. It's poor old Finn, who's the only one melee by the end of it all. But Saw and Kestrel up against Ringo and Scarf. There's nobody really to front line for anybody. It's all up to Finn and Lyra to kind of control that early space. And, well, I got to give a little bit of an advantage, I think, going over to Finn, because his ability to extend fights and outlast your opponents is pretty second to none. It's going to be a tall order against Lyra, though.
Yeah, it really is. And the thing is what we're expecting out of this Noble Pro squad, when you see them go with the Saw and the Lyra, is that it's likely going to be a pretty aggressive lane push in the early game, and that is going to be a tall order for Apex to handle.
But that being said, Noble Pro on the left-hand side, Hideo's there into lane with that Saw, no shenanigans into the jungle or anything there, but he does have Dariok with him early on, so they're going to be really looking to just punish out El Mundo de Angel. And with that 2v1 situation, Ringo's going to have a pretty tough time with it.
Yeah, but we see a Scarf in the jungle, and this is really fascinating. I think we were kind of talking about, we thought we'd see a Ringo. How a Scarf in the jungle? We haven't seen that in a very long time.
Yeah, but I do get to see a quibble on top of Darok's face. He does use the speed up from that sigil in order to get out of the situation, and the 3-man gank is complete. This is going to leave Vainglorious down there just to pick up all the farm, look for that counter invade, and he's going to get it pretty easy since we still have all of Apex up here into this top. And I'm looking at the team title here, Dragon, HYR. That is Apex, though, right?
Yes, this is the roster for Apex, but interestingly enough...
Old team name, I guess, for the in-game.
Yeah.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. We all know who they are at this point. Still, I mean, with that counter invade then done, Kestrel, she gets those back, she gets out. Yeah, you're not going to find her there, Finn. It's all now 3D win just to pick up the treants, and, well, a little bit of an edge will go over to Noble Pro because of it.
Yeah, and they were able to hold off that Saw push for a little bit, but you're seeing right now up in the lane that they are starting to put more pressure on the Ringo and push his lane up, and this is exactly what the Saw wants to do. He's full stacks right now, and they've already put a little bit of damage on the turret at 1 minute.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's still going to be holding, strong for now, so holding steady. We're not really having, like, that really early game pressure like we've seen with Kinetic or with Velocity in the past. No, we're just going to take our time with it here. And it's kind of a ticking time bomb up against Apex because Vainglorious once more is getting off some really good counter invade into that jungle. Hideos and Darok, if they just keep garnering attention up to the lane, this Kestrel is going to get real scary real soon. She's already level 4. She's gotten every set of backs, and we don't have anything to really answer that yet.
Yeah, and when you look at the CS disparity, it is enormous right now. Ringo's really struggled to farm, and then of course with 3D Win not being able to rotate down properly to pick up his backs, he has not been able to farm as well. Look at 14 to 25, pretty large disparity, and in turn he's actually had to take a lot of the Ringo's farm in the lane, which has put him at only 6 CS. Against the Saw push comp, early game, this is going to be very difficult in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, as I said, the draft is rather surprising with 5 range characters and then the Finn, but, I did say that just based upon mechanics, if Finn can actually extend those game fights out longer and longer, they're going to get a little bit more of an edge. But now looking at sort of the first 3 minutes into this one, I got to kind of flip a little bit on this one because Noble's early game is really strong looking up against Apex here.
Oh my goodness, at 3 minutes they've already got accumulated 7,500 gold. It's a lot, but there's a lot of damage coming out of that Finn. The Quibble landed nicely, but Vainglorious is so far ahead in immunization. He's just
He's going to 1v2 this. He does not actually have anything to be afraid of. It's a level 3 Finn. He's already taken out the Scarf. The auto attacks are going to be good. He has that 6 sins and a little bit of attack speed to go with it. The armor paid off very nicely, and now once more, it's all going to be about these backs. Well, okay, that glimmer shot kind of going the wrong way kind of threw me off a bit, but he's level 6. He's going to find 3D Win here, and I think he can actually just straight up murder him.
I mean, he does sidestep that miss, but he's going to take a lot of damage. But he's taking a lot of damage himself. Can the Finn keep him alive long enough?
Nope. Well, I don't think so at any rate. Now, Vainglory is going to get it, and he's going to be able to just duck away. Again, there's nothing to fear from this Finn. He just hit level 4 because there's so much pressure down there. The top lane, 2v1. Ringo's nowhere to be found, and the turret is out of there. You can't let a Saw just free farm and free push. It's 50-16. Scarf has been up and down 2 deaths, no CS in the last minute, and near now again dropping 40-15 if you look at that comparison. This is just all Noble's tempo right now.
Yeah, I think there might have just been a little bit of a fear of a weapon Saw, and so they rotated up to the lane to kind of prevent what could have been a push. Instead, you got a Crystal Saw, and look at this, Vainglorious 3v1ing.
Yep, he's going to win too. 3v1 and boom.
Little help with Lyra at the end, though.
Ace, no problem. Dalrok, yeah, sure, fine. He gets an assist for 1 kill, Dragon. But again, farm done. Heroes farmed, minion mine on top of it. You're looking at nearly 5,000 gold between him, and Saw's just merrily pushing. Like, this game actually might be over within 10 minutes.
Yeah, Castrol, very strong, that has nice power spikes, and you see just with the squishy Saw, even a Finn cannot protect him, and man, you just saw it with Dark, he was able just to give a little bit of health to Vainglorious to keep him alive. He was fairly low, but look how much damage he's doing, even to a tanky Finn.
Now, you might say, all right, we're a little bit behind here, guys. We need to tank up a little just to survive. So 3D Win has that shield. El Demundo de Angel has that armor. Well, Finn is Finn, right? It doesn't really matter what Finn gets. But Finn actually now 6 minutes in, no fountain. That's going to not do him any good. But because of that, look at this. I mean, even with this fight, they don't have any damage. Hideos nearly actually takes out the Finn during all that. If there was a Kestrel nearby, call it a triple kill. She's level 8, my friend. So the tank up situation, it's just going to delay their offense. And that means no counterattack. And that just means, again, early game dominance here by Noble Pro.
Yeah, I mean, you see some nice plays coming out of Apex. They've done good jobs at trying to hold back this Saw. You know, you see every once in a while he tries to go in with a roadie run, ends up having to change his mind just because of some nice CC placed on. But the damage, the level disadvantage that they're at, it's just once they decide to commit to a fight, it's usually a death on the side of Apex.
Well, they already got 1. They were looking for the second there with 3D Win, but, you know, Hideos and those mad scientist rockets, right? He just gets so much boost of damage from that crystal. He has a Shatter Glass, for example. Vainglorious there, he does actually have that Shatter? No, the Sora Blade. He has that ready to go there as well. So, I mean, those big first items are there on time and ready to go for Noble, and we're nowhere even close to that here for Apex.
Yeah, they're going to actually slow down a little bit and just go for this gold mine, go through the jungle here. They probably could continue to push. There's such a level disparity, but they have to come back and shop. And getting that extra gold's not going to hurt. Definitely just make sure that they're not risking giving up any advantage that they have right now, so they can continue to apply more pressure as they move closer and closer. But look at Vainglorious. He knows he's so far ahead. Did he go in too far?
He might have. He's going to be bringing Daruk there to the front, but the heals, they're good enough with Fountain there as well. Vainglorious just stands his ground, goes AFK, apparently, during all of it. 3D Win tries to return damage, but he got no damage, right? He has a weapon blade on this Scarf, and that was to help out farming early on. 0 crystal to add to that name, other than, of course, he just does have that mana regen. So it is a little bit of a shame that Castro sort of disconnected where she did, but at this point, I don't really know what the builds are going to be going here for Apex, because if you look at Scarf, Weapon Blade into mana regen, looking for the longevity, fine. Has a reflex block, again, going into defense, you're not going to hold a candle to the offensive power of your opponents. El Demundo de Angel, he's going into Crystal as well, apparently.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's going to be really challenging. When you just look at it, how well the itemization on Team Noble is. Noble Pro they're so far ahead in farm at such an early part of the game that, and this is a comp that really can benefit from that, probably more than any other comp. Being ahead early, snowballing with the Sonic Kestrel is super difficult to counter no matter who you are. You have to really hold it to late game, and with a squishy Scarf. And in the jungle, it just has not been working out. If Scarf could get to the very late game, maybe there could be some kind of turn where you can pull this back out. But for right now, it just seems like this is just not going Apex's way, and they're going to have to sit down and come up with a new game plan.
Well, we're going to have to find out exactly if Vainglorious is coming back or not. I mean, we do have a time limit on how long we keep this paused, and it's up to all the players to maintain their connections, but it would be a rather interesting twist in this game if you go 6-0 in 7 minutes with nearly 70 CS for for that Vainglorious Kestrel, and then just sort of not end up being here.
Yeah, that would be interesting. We're looking into this right now. As we just confirmed to make sure Noble Pro is okay to go, and Vainglorious has reconnected, as we don't want to start the game without him, even though they didn't seem to have very much problem at all with that fight. Going AFK, and they still almost practically, they got very close to getting a few kills off of it. The disengage, though, from Apex was probably pretty wise, even though it was a 2v3. The level disadvantage is too great. The gold advantage on the side of Noble Pro is too great that they're just not able to. They're not able to win these fights. 1v3s, 2v3s. It's too challenging for them at this point.
Well, as I said, this could actually be a game over in 10 minutes. Well, the pause is going to really just kind of drag it out a little bit here, but I mean, when you're 5, 6, 7,000 ahead, when you have 1,000 gold a minute above your opponents, it's almost like we need a mercy kill kind of option into this game, because this is now becoming an avalanche.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are just about ready to confirm. We do give a courtesy pause for a few minutes to make sure everything is okay. Once we hear back, we will get this game started in just a few minutes. But all the matches are starting, and that's one of the most exciting things about this forecourt, is that all of these teams are playing concurrently right now, and we will be updating this bracket hopefully in the very near future to make sure that you stay up to date on all the latest results. And if there's any spoilers or surprises that take place, we will be finding out momentarily. This is best of 3 though, so dropping one game shouldn't be a too surprise for some of these higher seed teams, as long as they can complete a three game series and close it out with a win. So that's the biggest thing that's changed really about this season, is it's definitely more formal even in the first round of the Challenger Series.
And first round is always going to be challenging simply because the way that the seeds pair up. 1 against 64. You get better as you get to the middle with, I think, 32 takes on 33. But once you spread back out, some of these early games, they're going to look a little one-sided here, guys, because that's where everyone sort of gets to determine their skill level as they go into it. So we do get the guys back into it. Vainglorious is moving around, so he has been able to reconnect very nicely. But still, with that fight, it was still very overwhelmingly in Noble's favor. I'm going to take a turret from this, or at least try to. I'm going to try to actually get that Dank Shank into it. That was a bad idea, because now you don't have the Dank Shank to get away. Good pull in there from the Finn. They get their first kill, maybe even the second. The splash damage is good. There's a good possibility we can even get an ace, but it doesn't look like Ringo is actually interested in chasing down this Lyra. She doesn't have portals, but she does have speed up, so it looks like she'll be fine.
Oh man, what a turn for Apex. They obviously took a few moments of that break to think about what they need to do, and you know what? It really all moved around a nice forced accord. The Finn was able to pull them all in. They dealt a lot of damage, and they kept focusing on the Saw. They knew that the Kestrel was really strong and was going to deal a lot of damage. They just knew that there was not much they could do. They couldn't isolate both of them. Taking out that Saw early, doing a great job, and then with the Kestrel, it looked really strong. And look, they're clumping up again. They know that if they're going to face them, it's got to be with everything they've got.
But Derek's actually going to go straight in. It's a 2v3 from afar. We're going to get a one-shot, but either Uzi just tanked it or he used the portals to get out of it. Not entirely too sure which one that ended up being, but Hideos picks up at least one kill there with this crystal, looks for the Shank once more on top of the Finn, but 3D Win and Uzi are just going to have to back off for now.
Yeah, they were not able to do enough damage. They just don't have enough burst to isolate the Saw. Nice use of the portals. You saw actually Saw portaling in while Derek actually portaled out. Nice combo. Kind of confusing Apex. They weren't able to keep a lock on one of the heroes they were trying to isolate. And then, of course, just threw them all off. And ultimately resulted in really good positioning as Derek had kind of tanked a lot of that damage and then was able to get out of there without dying.
All right, so another turret down, 9 minutes in, 9 kills, and 7,000 gold or so. We don't even have a fully stacked up gold mine, and we are still so far ahead here for Noble Pro. As well, they're putting down a lot of vision. They're making sure that they have at least eyes in pretty much every real spot that they need to. Derek, again, putting down another scout trap on top of that farm. So there's not too many options of recourse here for Apex. If they move out, they're going to get spotted, and well, looking for the party bush with that anchor. We then actually boot forward looking for a kill, but this might end up into Noble Pro's favor.
So, yeah, and one of the things I want to mention real quickly is the build on Scarf. It seems, was that the build that he had originally? Because it seems like something might have changed.
He went into the Halcyon Chargers. That's where the mana went. And the Aegis actually then to pick up there. It's a no damage Scarf. It's unfortunately also not working out here. And well, Eldemundo to Angel. Nope, he's going to get hit with that rocket. 2 and 3 shot there for the double. He actually pick up another ace here from Noble as they clean through very convincingly. When you have no damage this late into the game, as I said, you're not going to have that counterattack option here, Dragon.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, the Scarf is tanky, takes a lot of that damage, but is not able to dish anything back out. Once Ringo goes down, it is really difficult for them to be able to pick off any of these players. There's just not enough burst. Even with a Crystal Ringo, Forced Accord does pull and miss, and even with the Dragon Breath, there's a lot of base damage, but it's too late. This looks like this might be game with the Roadie Run Shank. Down goes the Ringo, and that is the Crystal as well.
Yeah, as I said, 10-minute game. I think it actually could have been if we didn't have that AFK, but a few kills after the fact. The teams are just going to party out a little bit. So, 60 hard hill to climb when you're up against the number 1 and Noble Pro, as you did say. You know, they've been around the block. They've hosted some amazing players in the past, and it looks like they're shaping up nicely here for VIS64.
Absolutely, they look really good. Nothing too surprising other than the C3D win on that Scarf. Very fascinating build. My guess is they were trying to be surprising with a strategy, a weapon-powered Scarf. It's not that it probably can't work. It usually doesn't work. It's not something that plays into Scarf's strengths. And the surprise element, I don't think, is enough to do anything. He got so far behind in farm. He actually gets advantages in farming when he has that crystal power to up his Spitfire to help speed that along. So not even having that and just having a weapon blade for the longest time made it difficult for him to do any kind of counter farming or farming his own jungle. And I think that just from the get-go, you could see 38 CS to the 85 in Vainglorious, and of course in the lane, it was really, it's really worse because you'd expect a little bit more CS in your laner, and at 48 to the 112 against the Saw and the Ringo, and that's really where it lies, is the gold. You know, the mechanics of the actual fights, you know, they weren't great for Apex, but they weren't horrible. They definitely made an attempt at winning one of the fights, actually. So they clearly had the ability to put something together, but, you know, being that far behind in farm resulted in them just not being able to withstand a full 3-man push by Team Noble Pro.
Wow. I actually attribute more of the 2 kills as a really nice taking advantage, really, of the lack of the cooldowns available to them. And they were also very close to a turret, and they just hit level 6, so there's a lot of surprise factor going on around that. So either way, that's game 1 in the bag there, Dragon.
It is, and we're going to get ready for game number 2 in just a few moments. As we go through this first round, it's pretty exciting. We will have updates for you momentarily as all the other matches start to complete as well. But before then, we will take a quick break. But don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Hey everybody, we are back, getting ready for the second game. We just have a few moments before the players are ready as they take a quick breather. We do allow about 5 minutes between matches to get going. But forecourt, what are some of the things you're looking forward to as far as these changes? Some of the most notable changes to the Challenger Series that have taken place this season that you think will have the biggest impact on how it's going to result?
Well, I mean, it's really hard to say that the double elimination factor is not going to be very important when it comes to figuring out the top 3 by the end of it here, Dragon. Like, that extra life, right? That ability to learn from your mistakes and come back rather than pump it once and you're done. I think that can really foster a lot of talent here.
I think so too, and I think double elimination really allows the best team to always win, to make a way to learn from their mistakes. As we'll see if Apex can learn from theirs. We're going to go into the draft for game number 2 as we get started here, and sure enough, it looks like without much further ado, they are getting ready to get started, and we already have the first bands.
Yes, we do. We got the first picks coming out, and it's going to be a Koshka going over here to Apex, but no Taka once more, no Samuel, same bands. So nuts to them. We don't like to see them around here, the fold. But okay, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Get that. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Dragon, this is a weird comp, man. It's going to be Koshka, Saw, and Rhyme to now take on against Noble Pro, who is leading this 1-1-0 of Arden, Glaive, and well, I'd love to see a Baron, but it's going to be a Vox.
Dang, and that is, we haven't seen Vox in a very long time, at least not successfully in the competitive scene, but we also haven't seen a Rhyme, and Koshka's starting to make a resurgence this update, and you do see them pulling out the Saw, but who's going to be the support here? This is an interesting draft for Court. I don't think we can kind of say for sure, based on the playstyle that they've had so far, that we can know how they're going to play this. They've been trying to be surprising. Apex is trying to see if they can use something that the other team's not expecting to maybe get out a win.
Well, it was UC last round on the support, but if that's going to hold up, then this is a Koshka roam. Now, she does actually have a crystal bit ready to go. Looks like Saw's going back to lane. Double crystal bit for our roamers. So yeah, still not entirely too sure which way it's going to come down. Maybe it's just a 3-man lane. You know, maybe it's throw everything to the Saw basket and hope.
Well, they're not doing that. They are rotating down. We do see crystal bits on both 3D Win and USI. So we'll see how that works out. With Saw in the lane, he's going to see, hopefully he can get a better CS score than he got in the first game. And that's really going to be critical. Their mechanics were not awful. They definitely tried their best, but they were so far behind. Their items were so far behind. They just weren't able to match the level of play and in those team fights that Noble Pro was able to do. So
we'll have to see how the level 1 / kind of level 2 jungle fight goes on, but we're not actually going to give them time of day yet. It is Uzi actually taking most of the farm, 4-1 split, so we're going to say it's going to be a bit more of a carry Koshka, but we do got that flare, and that's going to be the backup call there from Apex. They do not want to tango this early on. Perhaps there's a little bit of nerves here.
And really interesting, both Koshka and Rhyme were level 2 at that bush. I'm surprised they didn't take advantage of it. We do have a gank, though, up in the lane.
Yeah, El Demundo, gotta respect that Glaive, man. He afterburn's in, knocks you out, and they take you out. It's, yep, that's why I love Lance. That's why I love Glaive. I say that a lot. If you guys listen to my casting, I think that they're really good early game playmakers, and El Demundo, not respecting that. Unfortunately, he's not really getting the best of his farm here either. You can see Uzi trying to look for a little bit of revenge. Here comes Daruk, though, to kind of chase off the Koshka. You got 3D Win to back him up, but 7 last hits with the Saw in, what, 2 or 3 waves? It's not the best of ratios.
It's really nice. Definitely been struggling here as he's tried to counter this Vox, who can be very annoying. The resonance bounces can definitely cause pain, even for a long-range Saw. But what, like we were talking about before, the level disadvantage is not there yet. We do see that they have to be a little bit more conservative in the farm. You don't have a Kestrel, so you can't be going in, sneaking into the farm as aggressive as he was before. But more interestingly is the damage, and you see from the Koshka Rhyme, he's got to respect, and he has so far, which has resulted in a much closer game in the jungle.
Vainglorious just saying, whoops, my bad. Just a prank, bro. He has to use that afterburn to get out. Yeah, he's going to have it up in 14 seconds, so El Demundo actually not going to drop. No knockbacks means no kills.
Yeah, he does get out of there. Nice disengage, saving him from not missing any more last hits. Does seem to, again, continues to struggle a little bit. He's not able to clear as effectively. He's going to get a little bit of support from his jungle buddies.
Yeah, and well, the suppressing fire is okay. UC did a heck of a beating there, though. And 3D win not actually looking that much better. Is this going to be a Crystal Vox? Totally is. Going to be a little bit more of a weapon saw, and we all know that Crystal Vox can actually do exceedingly well up against the saw. And so far, with this farm not quite there, it's not looking so good here for early game Apex.
Yeah, the Residents has just been eating away at them. They're also low. Saw's almost down, and so is UC. And
UC. I'm just calling him UC.
Oh, UC, okay.
Oh, too far forward!
Forward
the
barrage.
suppressing fire there, Dragon. Too good. A little bit greedy.
Saw with that, yeah, very, very well-positioned suppressing fire. Getting that kill, very timely. And I definitely think surprising Noble Pro there.
Yeah, well, Vox probably just saying, oh, whoops, my bad, boys. All right, so he's going to come back. El Mundo, unfortunately, is about to get a visit here from the Glaive Fairy. And, well, you can't run back into that. So it is going to be a 2-1 score now, up and over.
Yeah, they just have not been able to plant any vision. They've definitely struggled to maintain dominance in the jungle, even though they're not as far behind as they were the first game. And because of that, you see Vainglory is able to rotate up as he wills. He doesn't even have to worry about scout traps. There's very little vision being placed. And a lot of it has to do with just, struggling to maintain the rotation that they need to get into the jungle, to get their farm. It's put them behind a little bit. They're now far behind in gold, 2,004-minute mark. It's starting to look very one-sided again.
So Rhyme is now actually the one taking most of the last hits there in the jungle. He went from a 1-4 split to now an 11-6. Still kind of perpetuating that we don't really know how their roles are kind of being sorted out. It doesn't actually look like they're really going with the roam. It just looks like it's a triple DPS kind of comp. And again, 3D Win has this energy regen. Now I like it better because it's probably going to be that even harvest, but he certainly seems to like his energy regen early on.
Oh yeah, he really does, and it's been interesting to see. We kind of seen that again, as well as in the first game. Really liking to get that, to keep the energy. To maybe he's going to build into those Halcyon Chargers again. Something we just haven't seen a lot of. Very curious itemization coming out of 3D Win.
5 minutes in, much better score. I'll give them that. Apex is actually, not quite holding their own here, Dragon, but they are only 2,000 behind. It's a big step up from game one. And this is what I kind of mean by, the whole double elimination, right? If you can use every game to rush 2 rounds to prove that you've kind of learned what your mistakes were.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, they're going up against the 1 seed. They do drop, of course, into the loser bracket if they lose this game, but they'll probably be getting a much more favorable matchup, right? So going into 1 seed, maybe just a little too much to bite off at this point in their competitive careers, and so they get another chance at it. And that's, I think, one of the most exciting parts to be able to see. Maybe a 64 team is better than 64, and they'll be able to prove that into the loser bracket.
All right, so El Mundo trying to take that energy, trying to do the best as he can, but again, as we all do know, that Crystal Vox is a real dastardy guy. We got 1 kill, we got 2. Call it an ace on top of it there, Dragon, because 2 kills in the jungle with Vainglorious basically 1v2ing. That's going to be a dead turret on the top of that.
Yep, it's a turret, there's a gold mine, and there's the farm cleared on the enemy side of the jungle. This is going to be a very strong gold lead, going even farther in the advantage of Noble Pro. 5,000 gold lead at the 6-minute mark. This is going to definitely start snowballing, and with a Glaive and a Crystal Vox, they are going to hit a very strong power spike soon because of how far ahead they are. It is going to be very difficult for this Saw to be able to get anywhere, and look at it, he does escape the gank that time.
Yeah, no, he hit the roadie run, went the right way. Vainglorious not actually ready for that, so he wasn't able to get that knockback. We did actually have Rhyme throw out the silence, only does land on top of Darok. And under turret, yeah, I think they're strong enough. This is happening, boys. That's a gauntlet. You're not going anywhere. That's going to be an ace and another turret going all the way over to Noble Pro.
Yeah, they absolutely felt strong there. They knew they had that win if they just could lock them all down. I think that you saw a big mistake by Apex to not completely disengage. They know they're behind. They just need to tank and turtle a little bit, and instead they kind of hold their ground under a turret that is definitely going to be going down. You do see them trying to go in for this fight here, but the Residents hit all of the teammates of Apex. They took all of that sonic zoom to the face, and that was really their demise. They couldn't withstand that kind of damage coming out of the box.
They still can't. There goes El Mundo to Angel.
Yeah, it's wait for it. Sorry, the wait for it, not the sonic zoom, hitting them all directly. I mean, it started that resonance bounce, which we saw just started deleting their health bars very quickly.
Whew. Well, I think we can basically wrap this one up here, because Noble Pro they had a lot of opportunity to leave this base. They haven't. We're actually going to get finally Yummy Catnip Frenzy, but I'm just not entirely too sure it's going to matter in the long run.
Well, we see a failed sonic zoom, so this actually might be an ace. It is an ace. This does... Okay, it brings a little bit of life into Apex, but as you can see from the gold lead, even with those bounties, it wasn't enough to close it beyond the 5,000 gap that it is right now. It's still a pretty sizable gap. More importantly, I think that might have just been a careless mistake by Noble Pro. They know they've got this game. They know they don't have to push, well, they know they probably shouldn't have had to push that hard. Instead, they kind of overstayed their welcome. And of course, you can keep going back to your base and re-healing, and that's exactly what Apex did. Eventually, just getting the jump onto Noble Pro, also having, being able to buy those items with all the gold they had, and Noble Pro not being able to. So yeah, a little bit of a jump surprise there, but I think Noble Pro knows they can just rush this crystal, rush these last two turrets without a problem, and finish this game off.
And that's sort of what I meant by in the long run. Yeah, you got an ace, but I mean, Noble Pro way overstayed their welcome. They tried to push their advantage. If it worked, great, but even if it doesn't, we're almost right back to the same situation here.
Exactly. And if anything gives them a chance to go and shop, they do land that. Wait for it. A lot of resonance coming out. A lot of damage going on. You do see 3D Wind's going to take that stun and go down. And this is now a 3v2.
Yeah, UC looks like she's going to get back to base, but we got Fountain and Eldemundo. You might be standing your ground, my friend, but there's enough shield, enough hit points in the world to keep these guys going. Not quite the ace, but that turret is not going to be long for this world at this rate, Dragon.
Now, they got that turret down. This next one's going to go down as well. You do see the Catnip Frenzy locking down Vainglorious, but it's still too much. Oh, my goodness, though. Turret, too much to handle for Arnid, and this is actually a 2-kill trade going over in favor of Apex. Man, Noble needs to be a little bit more careful. These gold bounties will start to add up, and if Apex can hit a pretty strong power spike without having to have farmed very well in the early game, that could actually spell some pretty serious issues for Noble Pro into this late game.
They're still 5,000 ahead at the 10-minute mark. I mean, at very worst, turtle up for 5 minutes, pick up a Kraken, and end the game in style. But I'm not entirely too sure they're going to need that kind of time. Having the triple DPS for Apex has actually prolonged the game a good bit, but their start could have been way better, and this might have actually been a nice and close game. But because of that early game snowball, it's still looking pretty overwhelming against them.
Yeah, it is. The gold mine's going to go in favor of Noble Pro. They're going to wrap this up unless Koshka can make a surprise. This is not. It was closer than I thought it was going to be, but there's Saw getting caught out, and he's just taking too much damage.
Yeah, the triple cleave coming out of Vainglorious with not only his twisted stroke, but that blood song. That's going to be that, my friend.
Well, that's the ace. That's the win. Noble Pro, clean victory over the 64 seed. Not a lot of surprises there, but it's going to be exciting to see this team. They got another chance going into the loser bracket to make a name for themselves, so don't take your eyes off of Apex, as they definitely pulled out some surprising hero compositions and itemizations going into this first match of the Challenger Series.
Surprising, but unfortunately not very functional. There definitely looked to be a little bit more mechanical prowess that could be. The triple DPS is a cool idea, but, I mean, again, looking at the farm numbers, they just weren't able to stack up to it.
Yep, they absolutely were not. Again, not as one-sided as game number one. Number one, the farming was incredibly in favor of Noble Pro. This one, they did a little bit better job, but by a little bit, I mean just a little bit, and it was mostly just a slight improvement in the lane. It's still vastly out-farmed. The key to take away is the Koshka and the Rhyme did share the jungle farm, so that's why you do see it split. Overall, they did farm much better in the jungle, but it just didn't work out. And honestly, when you spread your resources so thin like that, it does mean that it's much more difficult to hit a power spike sooner. And of course, that glaive, like you said, doing a lot of damage, is being able to stack and chain his abilities with the aftershock and the twisted stroke. With the blood song, I think it's just a lot to come out of in that early game when you're just not hitting that offensive power spike that you need to.
And that, as I said, will be that. 2 games up, 2 games down. Noble will move on, and we might see more of Apex a little bit later on. But for now, it's all the glory to the victors. Noble making a strong start here in a VIS64.
They really are. Number 1 seed. They're looking very dominant. They definitely know how to take care of their rotations and their farm and push very aggressively. But also maybe pulling out some compositions that aren't going to be showing their cards. They're keeping those real comps close to vest as we get in closer, because the real matches that are really going to be challenging for Noble Pro are going to yet to come, even into today. So as we move through these brackets, this Apex moves to the loser bracket, so that will actually be running concurrently, and Noble Pro will continue on in the winners bracket. So we will be getting you guys ready for that in just a moment. We will be taking a quick break here for a few words from our sponsors, and then getting you guys right back into the action. That will be right back.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Well, we are back, everybody. We're going to be getting ready for the next matchup in just a few moments. We are going to, of course, turn you guys to the brackets as we start to get the results in from teams going on across all 64 teams playing. Again, these are best of 3, so some of these matchups will likely take longer than the matchup we just saw. One going against the 64 was fairly quick and decisive victories by Noble Pro. They do move on, and as we look ahead, that's one of the few matches that hasn't been updated on this bracket. Some of the ones we can look at, though, is Team Enforcers moves on, as well as We Too Sexy for VG. They have moved on as well. Going up against their matchup is also updated, so they'll be getting ready for the next round in the winner bracket. So this pretty quick, but slow, maybe a little bit slower for some people, as we did just get out of a very fast matchup. So some of these results have not been completed for the update to have occurred. So four-chord. Any surprises here? Let me get you actually the updated bracket so you can actually feed into what we're looking at in a second. But takeaways from the first matchup that we saw. Anything interesting, specifically in the fact that we are in this this new update. You know, a lot of these teams haven't really played competitively in this patch. This is kind of the first time these challenger teams get a chance to do that. All right, four-chord is having some voice technical difficulties. So I will continue to just go through and get ready, as we are waiting a few moments for the next series to take place. It is going to potentially be, we actually don't have that results yet. We are waiting to see which team will be ready to go. But a lot of matchups happening. Some of the ones I really want to point to as we look at this bracket, some organizations that have, really been consistent in the last couple of seasons. We have seen kind of a resurgence of some of these smaller orgs. We've seen Mutiny come in. They're a multi gaming esports organization, and they've been fielding a Vainglory team for some time, and they've actually fielding a team that has a very similar roster to what was in place last season, which is a very big surprise. You see so much change that takes place in Vainglory that a lot of times, even at the very highest level, rosters do not stay the same. They change quite rapidly and quite drastically. So seeing Mutiny come in and keeping a pretty consistent roster, they have a good shot at winning their matchup and going up against Team Enforcers. So we'll see how that ends up working out if that is the case. We also see Team Beta, who's fielded 2 teams, one of the few organizations to field 2 teams in this tournament, in both Beta Instinct and Beta Hunt. And that's an organization that's also it's a multi-esports organization, but primarily Vainglory is their bread and butter. And we have, again, a lot of other pretty exciting teams as well. But I think one of the biggest ones, the one that has the most news, in addition to Noble Pro coming back in, is Team Enix. And Enix, they actually acquired Team Apex. And they have picked up that roster, and that roster stays the same from Team Apex, where it has Marto, who's originally from Team Liberation, as well as the same people that were in his team as well previously. Let me pull that up for you guys. And that is Bruticus and Bladeheart 92. Golden Light's not there. Notable omission from that roster, but still, we were expecting a lot of great things out of that team. They did move on, of course, to the next round 2 of the winner bracket. But we'll be taking you guys through all 3 rounds of the winner bracket, while the loser bracket does take place concurrently, and hopefully, we'll be able to get you guys some updates on that as well. All right. Well, as I wait for, I'm gonna wait for the word to see where we are at for the matchups. We're waiting for the next one, and we are actually looking to try to see if we can get the Enix matchup for you guys to show off that. That is going to be a pretty exciting roster to see in just a few moments. All right, and looks like we're still waiting, so just a few more moments as we get back here. And as I wait for Four-Core Jester to return, he did have to take a technical break to sort out some of his sound issues as well. But we are almost ready to get started. Some more updates. We do have, actually, I'll pull that up real quick. Noble Pro is updated. That's the only update that took place so far. So again, a lot of these matches, they're happening concurrently, and it's taking definitely some time for all of them to take place. You think about 32 teams playing at one time. It's a lot of Vainglory, a lot of competitive Vainglory to take place. So it's really exciting. If you guys are on the fold, one, you don't have to go up against these teams in rank, but you definitely excited to see them all queued up playing for their chance at the ultimate prize.
Our gift? You don't have to play them in ranked while they're here in a tournament.
I mean, it's just an FYI, throwing it out there, throwing all the viewers a bone. You've got the largest concentration of I would say mid to high elo competitive players. They're all high elo. They're all very, very skilled, but they're definitely the large portion of them are taken up and playing in this tournament. Therefore, they're not privy to playing a ranked game. So definitely an advantage if you're trying to solo queue your way up some of that elo.
Well, I mean, all right, guys, go get your elo. Curse VIS64, Phoenix, Four-Core.
Oh boy, it looks like you might have cut out a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to get a fix in here, but my ISP is the worst.
Well, hang in there. I mean, it's doing all right through the game. It wasn't too bad. Just so you guys, just so you know, Four-Core wasn't too awful. Just a few moments here and there.
I get emojis and my own memes now in the.
Well, we are just about. It looks like we're just waiting for our mods to set us up with a matchup. Again, we will be starting off It will be the round number 2, as round 1 still finishes off, and a lot of these teams start to make their way into the winner and loser bracket. It is pretty. It's gonna be pretty exciting. I think we may be actually, one of the first matches to be ready to play on the second round is We Too Sexy for VG against Oh My God Nexus, and OMG, Oh My God or OMG, depending if you want to say out the acronym. They also too have two teams in here, OMG United and OMG Nexus, playing in the competitive scene. So that's a new organization that I've yet to hear about. Pretty exciting to see them also make a nice showing today.
2 teams, eh?
Yeah, 2 teams.
Several organizations that made that strategy work.
Absolutely. So we getting ready here, starting to get ready for the next matchup. It looks like we will be getting you guys to Mutiny and Enforcers will be our next stream matchup. And so just an update there, Mutiny did win their matchup, and they do move on to face face Enforcers, who had won their matchup pretty easily and pretty early on. So that will be the matchup that we'll be getting you guys into next, and that's going to be an exciting one. Both these organizations have been in through the Challenger Series, and with rosters that have changed a little bit, but ultimately have stayed more consistent than some of the other orgs, and it's going to be exciting to watch this matchup for Court and see how Mutiny being a team that actually had surprised a lot of higher tier teams. They were the team that actually knocked off Ardent during one of the second split weeks, and surprising many, moving actually into the round of 8. A team that was normally ranked in the bottom 10 teams in each bracket. So it's going to be really exciting to see how this plays out.
Brutal Turtle. I remember that name. They actually made several ups in 2 separate weeks, actually. They didn't make it to a top 8 situation, but they were definitely on the fringe of it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been on the fringe. They've definitely played above their rankings. So this time they've been seeded a little bit higher than in the past Challenger Series. It's definitely been clear they perform as a team probably much better than the individual parts perform maybe in rank or in elo. So but they're definitely stronger at the sum of their parts than individually. So as we get ready, it looks like we just have to wait for the second team to get in here as Team Enforcers gets queued up.
All right, take one more stab at fixing, but I don't hope on it, Dragon. But give me 30 seconds.
All right, no problem, man. Take your time as you try to get this sorted out. And looks like, yep, we're just about ready. Mutiny, of course, does move on. Going to be facing Team Enforcers. That is our matchup. The next matchup going in. This is the first matchup of round number 2 as we get in. And, of course, we will be giving you guys some updates on the loser bracket after this series. So don't go anywhere. There'll be some exciting news coming from there, how they perform. Because the loser bracket, I think, really gives you the big indication. These teams that maybe got matched up against a team a little bit above them at first, maybe they can regather themselves and come back at this. All right, so we are then, of course, as we get ready, we have a few more moments before we are ready. We're going to take a second to come back here with the game. So until then, we're going to take a quick break. But when we return, we should be very ready to start this next series for round number 2. And we'll be bringing you Team Mutiny and Team Enforcers.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right. Yep, we're just about ready for court. I don't know if you've been able to make your way back and get your sound issues fixed, but until then, we will be starting the draft in just a few moments. Team Enforcers getting on, and this is going to be exciting for a couple reasons. One, the history of these organizations, they have been in the Challenger Series for a couple seasons. Enforcers actually had a really strong run, almost making it into the Challenger battles, and performing in the top 10 of the Challenger Series several weeks in a row. So very dominant team, being able to perform quite highly. And Mutiny, a team that, although many people discounted early on, have shown that they have what it takes, because they've been able to knock off some very strong teams in last season's Challenger. So do they have what it takes this time? We will find out. As we wait for forecourt to get back in here, we are going to kick over to the draft and get this game started momentarily, because, don't want to hold up too long, as you guys, all the viewers, really want to see these matchups, as do I. So without further ado, we're going to get into the first game, the draft of the first game for Mutiny versus Enforcers.
Sounds like I made it just in time.
Forecourt, yes, you did. Game number 1, and the draft just started. And just the first ban second ban now. Why don't you start breaking down this draft as we get into it, Forecourt?
All right, well, you let me know how I sound going through this, but Adagio, he's out of it, and, well, that's a bit of a difference in the Taka that we saw in the Game 1 series that we had a little bit earlier, but no Samuel either, into a Lance. I cannot say enough good things about my boy Lance, so I'm super excited that we're going to get to see him here on Enforcers.
I am too. Enforcers, they've been through this before. They actually are one of the few teams to make, to play fairly consistently in the Challenger Series last season, almost having a run at the challenge battles, actually. So, they're looking to kind of continue that dominance, and they've, playing at that high elo, they know the value of Lance, how strong he is. He's a flex pick. He can play carry, he can play support, and that's something that they're going to utilize as that first pick to kind of gauge where Mutiny's going to go with it, so that they can better prepare themselves with the next 2 picks.
Yep, and with that, we go from the Lance into the Arden into Skies. So that's actually a really nice situation, because you can have the Gauntlet into the Death from Above. Really nice, powerful zoning tools. We have to see if it would be a weapon or a crystal. Taka gets through those bans into a pick here from Enforcers. It feels like it's been forever since I've seen Neon Fire and Brutal Turtle and Sanjo there as well. But to follow all this up, I mean, we still have basically the pick here. Finn, Lyra, nope, it's going to be a support Lance. It's going to be Vox in lane.
Yeah, I mean, it may be support Lance. It'd be very surprising if we see a support Stormcrown Taka, although it could happen. And that's the value of this comp, is that you definitely, with that Lance first pick, give a little bit of mystery to where you're going to go. But Arden with the Sky, which was, you see a lot of players liking to play that Sky, but with the Taka, definitely can lay a lot of damage into that Sky if not played correctly. So you're going to have to be keeping an eye on Mutiny. Can they position well and kind of avoid a lot of that annoyance that you see from a Taka player? Neon Fire going onto the Taka, very likely we're going to see it's going to be a support Lance, as you were noting before.
Yeah, Neon Fire is going to be the Taka player there. But more interestingly enough, we're going to have a carry Catherine to go with that Arden. So Brutal Turtle in the jungle on the Catherine. Very likely we will see that Storm Crown come out at some point.
Yeah, absolutely, and it makes it on both the Taka and the Catherine, since that's typically how we've seen Taka played recently, is he always seems to go, a lot of the high elo players love to go that Storm Crown Taka, gets that burst, but allows them to really push down objectives, which just is a great play style to perfect, because objectives are the ultimate goal of the game. So focusing on that allows you to definitely dominate this early game if you can get the right positioning, and also snowball. It's very dependent on snowballing, because if you get behind, you won't be able to take objectives, as your rotations will be playing from behind. And so that's definitely very important. As we see, we do got a Vox in the lane, and can that Vox handle this Sky will be very fascinating to watch.
Depends if he's going to go weapon or crystal. Crystal should be able to keep her at bay. Weapon should be able to trade when that does happen. There's not really a huge amount of kind of instantaneous action that can happen here, right? Majorn, he can get the blood for blood, but he can't stun him. It's all about the Catherine getting in there for that harass on top of Harimau. If that happens, we could see a dead Vox. Until then, Not really too much. It's actually a worse situation for Sanjo because he has to deal with Taka and the Lance. You can see them both working very beautifully on top of him right now as they come up to that lane.
Oh, Sanjo would have been dead if he had gotten impaled. Instead, he misses that damage from the impale, is able to kind of move in front of it and get back. Does still take a lot of damage, almost goes down, but he definitely would have been dead and caught in his tracks if he had taken that damage from the impale.
So it's going to be 0-0 for now. Nope, never mind. 1-0 as we look into the jungle. That's it for that Catherine. And this is what you need to do early on. Carry Catherine's cool late game, but early on, she's not a tanky fellow whatsoever. Although she did actually just pick up that Storm Banner right there. So a little bit of extra health to her. But again, you need to try to put on that pressure early on so that you can get that snowball ahead of her.
Yeah, exactly. And try to stop is looking to already be a slight snowball. The gold's even, though, so that's very encouraging for the side of Mutiny, as they're not playing behind as far as gold and immunization. But what's critical here is the fact that Taka does feel comfortable. He's moving through the jungle. He hasn't really been pressed too hard or kind of countered in the jungle yet. It's mostly been the lane where they've been able to do a great job at matching even 17 CS apiece. But if Neon Fire with the Taka can start to engage the jungle and pull out a lead, it definitely, like you see right now, taking out Brutal Turtle quickly, this will definitely be advantageous for Enforcers.
Right, so you put the pressure on. She can't get to that snowbally state. She wants to go for this aftershock. That's all fine and dandy, but if you keep stealing the farm, it's not going to happen. At the same time, Sanjo picks up a kill there on top of the Vox. The team not able to respond quick enough. So, kills for kills going back and forth. 2-1 though, as it does go to the Enforcers so far. But with that pressure on top of Brutal Turtle, it's going to delay when he can become more effective.
Yeah, but nice patience by Sanjo. He stuck with it. He just didn't try to do anything fancy. Kept using his auto attacks thanks to his auto lock and kept with it. Was able to slowly pick away at the health of the Vox and pick up that kill with a nice suppressing fire. So, being patient's key with the carry Cath. You definitely don't want to put the cart before the horse and just do what you need to do. Keep that gold very close, which they have been doing, and then let your power spikes come to you. You're definitely going to be seeing that on the objective side once that Catherine starts to get built out.
Well, that's going to be the challenge, building out the Catherine, and she's already lost out a good bit of her farm. Neon Fire, you can see, just trying to chase her off. It is going to prompt a 3-man mutiny sort of decision to come down here as Neon Fire is dancing and trying to just wait for that box. There it is, doesn't matter, gets popped out of it immediately, and well, he had no real chance to get out of that one after that did happen. So Mutiny, they put 3 to kill the Taka. They're going to lose out some lane pressure for it, but they got the kill.
Yeah, they lose out lane pressure and a little bit of gold. They do get the kill, though, but the kill, nice. Ice Smelly being able to put a nice impale onto Sanjo and be able to pick up that kill. That's really important. They kind of countered that kill in the jungle. Being able to put the pressure in the lane is going to cause some problems for Mutiny, as if they can get these objectives before Mutiny can, it'll be putting them pretty far behind.
Well, 3-2 for the score, and objectives really assigned. It's a nice gold lead coming out here from Enforcers, almost 2k there, Dragon, and Brutal Turtle still not even close to that aftershock. It's well, that's that. Okay, that might actually be a lie. It's 600 saved up, and he's about to get the minion mine, so he's creeping up to it. But at the same time, look at Neon Fire. I mean, he has the kill, but he has a little bit of an edge on the farm, but he's also stockpiling his cash there as well. Back up into the lane, Sanjo not dealing very well with this Lance. Hiramo able to actually get that kill as, again, Lance, Glaive, big playmakers early on, and if you can't respect them into the lane, you're going to pay the price.
Yeah, and the sky's going red, so he's going to be able to have a decent amount of sustain, but he's not going to have that surprise burst that kind of keeps the enemy team at bay. You see a lot of damage coming out of Enforcers as they pick up that 2-kill. Not an ace, but it's might as well be, as they're going to get a nice, easy turret off of that.
And again, that gold lead just starting to really creep forward for them. Mjorn, at the same time as Brutal Turtle here, who is still struggling to get into that aftershock, he's actually gone into a banner as well. He's not gone straight into the fountain. Now, at the same time, I smelly poo-poo. That's a fantastic name, Lance. He does actually have that fountain. We got fountain, we got that tension bow here ready to go. Harumu does have his alternating current on top of that. So I mean that's a lot of punch just added to the roster there, and we're already pretty far behind when it comes to Mutiny.
Yeah, interesting decision to both go with Storm Guards. You know, they want to clear the farm quickly so they can stay in with gold. Nice stun preventing Ice Melody from doing that combat roll across that wall. But, you know, when you see it, you do see the tension bow is already built on the Taka, and he's doing a lot of work with it, almost taking out the Sky there. Really, really close. Oh, but the...
Oh, that was close. You can feel the clench, but they're just getting pushed back again and again. Brutal Turtle was actually nowhere near that fight, Dragon.
Oh, Majoran, though, with the save, though.
Yeah, it was pretty good. But the problem is that it's a save. It's a reactionary thing, right? They're under their turret. They're not in the driver's seat whatsoever. And with this carry, Catherine still not getting an aftershock. She went into the full crown. Like, I just don't see the offense mounting.
Yeah, you know, they're just far behind. You know, they're a little bit behind in the jungle. And look at that gold lead starting to take a 3K lead. And it's just been very consistent play rotation by Enforcers. They know with the Taka they can be a little bit aggressive and engage the jungle, getting that farm and taking it away from Mutiny. And it's starting to add up. And in the lane as well, 64 to the 45 has really been the story. And it's been, we saw it was actually dead even at the 2-3 minute mark. And it's just definitely started to move completely in the favor of Enforcers, and that is with a Vox. We're seeing a Crystal Vox, second Crystal Vox we've seen today. It is going to be a very strong power spike in the next couple of minutes as Enforcers. They have to sense it, knowing that they're going to be able to deal a lot of damage if they can get a wait for it and a Resonance proc onto all three members of Mutiny.
Yeah, well, if Mutiny can't actually get some kind of grasp into the game, once we hit 3 items on that Vox, at this rate, it's going to be like the 12-minute mark, 13-minute mark. That's a tall order right there, because they want to naturally clump up on a target, right? Brutal Turtle wants to collapse. Majoran is going to collapse. Sandra's going to target down somebody because he's Weapon Sky. And, okay, I'm not going to say that was the best gauntlet I've ever seen, but again, it's all reactionary here, and they can't deal with Harumu and that Crystal Vox bouncing everything around. It's just really eating them alive.
Yeah, Neon Fire doesn't really even have to engage that aggressively. You're right. The Vox and Lance have been able to do a great job at isolating the carry, again, trying to get Sky, and that's going to be the story of the game. You see, and with Catherine being a little bit behind, it does able to tank a lot of that, but Brutal Turtle, it's just not enough. He's going to go down.
It was actually a nice split rotation right there from Enforcers. We landed the route on top of Sandra. That kept Majoran off to the side with them. Catherine opting to go a different route, got isolated. We're able to take him down. Smelly Lance! Oh, he's not going to live through that turret, but they do get the kill. And, well, 1 for 1 in the exchange, but a turret on top. That's 5,000 gold going to Enforcers.
Yeah, 5,000 gold. A very large spike in their power spike going into their team composition. You go with that Taka. He's starting to build towards a Storm Crown. He's already got the Storm Guard banner there with a tension bow. So, you know, taking out objectives is going to get easier and easier. It does look like we have an AFK, though. We're going to actually take a quick pause here and see what's going on with Harumu.
Harumu, come back to us. I hope it's Harumu. Harumo? Maybe it's a W. Harry Ma. Harry Ma and Smelly Lance. This team has some really creative names.
It does indeed. We're going to go see very quickly. Try to get the word on from Enforcers.
So I have a bit of a story here for you, Dragon. So all that time that I was AFK and paused, and I was trying to get my mic working, right?
Yeah.
I have taken my phone and my 4G network, and I have tethered it to my laptop. I had to download my mic drivers for it, which is why it took so long. But that is what I'm coming to you on. I've completely abandoned my ISP in this endeavor.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, welcome to Canada, although there are many other advantages. So, as we move on, sorry, low-key diss there, but, you know, we... Not to look anything back, we are back into the game, so the game is back. It looks like whatever trouble Enforcers were having, they have gotten that resolved, and they are ready. Oh, nice impale on the Brutal Turtle. He was trying to get out of there, and he got caught.
Yeah, and he's not going anywhere at all. That Storm Crown working out super well for the Turtle, which is very odd for me because usually we have seen Turtle do very well when it comes to these kind of roles. He's gotten shut down, between the Lance and between this Taka. They've been really just struggling, and now look at this. Even with the Gauntlet going out just to try to keep the Smelly Lance off to the side, it's not enough. Neon Fire comes in, he picks up that Sky. Majoran just kind of left holding the bag. Brutal Turtle's going to come back into it. Man, we missed you, but still, damage is starting to add up. We're actually going to go right through that turret on top of Majoran. And now Brutal Turtle is just actually acting as that resonance bounce for Harimu. And, well, again, look at their health. It's just not standing up.
It's not. They're pretty far behind. Level 8 amongst all three, and you've got 10, 9, and 9. That alone's going to give them a little bit of a spike, but if you look at the gold, it's even more drastic. 5,000 gold lead continuing, and, you're seeing that Taka starting to work his way towards that storm. Oh, just picked it up. I was going to say he was very close. And now, from an objective side, he's going to be able to clear the farm so quickly. He's going to be able to help push these objectives so quickly. He doesn't even need to be focusing on any of the enemy team players. He just needs to go right at it. He does go focus, though, onto Sanju, but it's going to be disengaged there.
Yeah, that Githian wall actually really brutal. And now Turtle, he is going to be eating quite a bit of this. Majoran does have that fountain. Maybe they're getting their courage back, thinking of actually turning this back around. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't really look like the regen is going to hold. Neon Fire goes forward. They do take down that turret. Brutal now a little bit too far. He has no support coming in with that turret. And Sanjo and Majoran now on the retreat. It means that he's now going to be sitting at 0 and 6.
Yeah, Enforcers knew they hit their power spike there. Taka, Neon Fire picking up the Storm Crown right before that fight. And you just look at also Harimu has so much damage with this Crystal Vox. At only 12 minutes, he's already got a Broken Myth and an Alternating Current. And he's got enough gold to build another... I think he's got enough gold to build into another Tier 3 Crystal item if he chooses. Probably not enough to build into a Shatter Glass, but... he's looking like he's ready to build a Frostburn. Man, that's going to hold the team very, very close, allowing that Lance and Taka to continually poke away at him.
I'm going to reference my earlier commentary. 12 to 13 minutes, 3-item Vox. He's suffered 1 death, but 4 kills and 120 farm in 12 minutes. This guy's like Evil 8 kind of material right now, and those 3 items, especially after we get these roots going, and once you get Neon Fire just kind of kiting in and out, we're about to see magic here, my friend, because Brutal Turtle, he just can't even go anywhere. Look at that. Merciless Pursuit. Doesn't matter. You throw out the fountain, and it is inconsequential.
Oh, man, yeah, he got focused very, very hard, and you know what? That's exactly what they need to do. He does pose potential threat, especially if they keep letting him live, but they don't. They know that he needs to be taken out, as he's really the only tanky carry that they've got there, that Storm Crown. Again, not so effective against enemy heroes, more so against farming and objectives, and that's something that Mutiny's just not been able to do much of, so this is definitely played completely into the hand of Enforcers. I think they really did a great job with their draft. Going with the Taka, the Carry Catherine, we've seen it work a few times for Court, but it's just not as successful.
Oh, Smelly Lance. We are so far ahead. These guys are so confident right now that after the 2-item spike of his Fountain and Crucible, he went into Shiver Steel, which we've been seeing in the last few fights, actually working out wonders. The stacking slow, especially with that Frostburn, is looking good. Now he has a Tension Bow, Dragon. Now he has a Tension Bow. Brutal Turtle has very little in the way of defensive against this kind of stuff. And, well, just look at him melt.
Yeah, and when that Impel hits, you see, then he is able to proc that Tension Bow right after. Man, so much damage. And then Taka, he's holding his own. He's got a lot of defense, so he's not going to go down quickly easy. He almost takes out the Sky. The nice heal, though, coming out does save him, and he's not going to get that kill. But again, Neon Fire was able to go in there, do so much damage, take so much damage without really having any problems, and that is the magic of this Stormcrown Taka. It's surprisingly very tanky, yet still can be very strong on the harass.
Well, the harass was actually pretty good. I was really impressed that Neon could actually do that 2v1. I thought maybe he had bitten off a bit too much that he could chew. Sanjo's up to 2 items, has that infusion ready here as well. If we get a nice 3v3, I mean, there is a little bit of hope for Mutiny. We just haven't been able to really combine powers like that. Brutal Turtle is, well, always just dead, and that's not about to change in this fight because there he goes.
Oh, yeah, going down again very quickly. That is a problem, actually, for this team. I think they could have done better with another carry in the jungle, another hero, one that's a little bit more mobile to get away, a glaive or something that can get out of these binds, because the CC from Ice Melly, the lance, has just been absolutely on point. He's been able to impale the enemy team, kind of trap that carry Cath in. Brutal Turtle has been able to get away, and then the Githian wall to push him in the direction that he wants has been very effective. There's the Kraken going. Majoran not able to pick up that steal, and now he's going to take a lot of damage. So, although he does able to use a nice defensive gauntlet to stop what could have been an easy kill pickup if he had gotten caught out.
Well, Majorn, yeah, as I said, you had to use that gauntlet. He's going to be okay. Nice try on the Kraken, I'll give him that. But 13-3, 16 minutes in. This is looking like end game here for game number 1 up against Mutiny. And Mutiny and Enforcers, as I said, Mutiny was kind of that fringe team, always into the top 16 situation week to week. The Enforcers, though, they went all the way. They went into the top 3, and they are really showing some good strength here week number 1.
They really are, but and Negan Fire almost again getting the kill. He's denied. There is a blast tremor. There's a bit of a science, but it's not going to result in anything. As Enforcers continues to push, this Kraken still at very, very high health, and it's not going to stop. Again, no kills yet.
For the lance. Yeah, he has that fountain. There he goes. He uses it. No crucible. There we go. Finally actually picks that one off. I think he was trying to bait in the Mutiny. They could really tell that they wanted that lance. But there goes 1 and 2, looking for the third. Turret is done, as is Brutal Turtle. 0 and 10 in 16 minutes there, Dragon. That's game number 1 all wrapped up.
Yep, it is, and did not disappoint. Enforcers, they're coming out strong, looking really, really impressive here in this first game of the season. They've got a lot to prove. They've been one of the teams that I think a lot of people have looked at as said, there's a lot of potential there. They haven't been able to have a strong run here in the competitive scene last season, really being their first breakout season. So how they perform in Auden is going to be really exciting. Going to be fun to watch this team as they have a fun play style. They play very fast, very aggressive.
I'm going to be really curious to see if this actually will go game number 3, though, because I didn't really feel like the Mutiny that I know. Brutal Turtle and this Carrie Catherine, the age of Carrie Catherine is sort of over at this point, Dragon. It was a cool gimmick. It kind of worked for a little bit, but I think a lot of teams have actually figured this one out. And this was a last pick Catherine, too, right? I think Mutiny just kind of brought out in the wrong scenario.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that they thought this might have been a nice surprise, maybe to catch Enforcers by surprise there and maybe play something they weren't accustomed to. I think a lot of teams have figured out the Carry Catherine. It was used pretty extensively there for a while, but a little bit of change in the meta and also some familiarity with it has ultimately resulted in them being able to counter it. It got down very quickly. It's really the Stormcrown Taka that's been very, very popular and very difficult to counter, and we see Enforcers playing it to perfection.
So, game number 2 is going to be real exciting for me. As I said, I really do think we can have a better draft coming out of Mutiny. But that being said, it is still Enforcers. And Enforcers are that top 3, challenger team. They didn't quite make it to Evil 8, but they really gave it their best shot last round. And just like what we saw with Noble Pro, they're really putting a strong foot forward here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are. Well, we're going to be getting ready for the second game for court. We're going to get you guys into that in just a moment, but we are going to take a quick break. When we get back, we will be going right into the game and draft for game number 2 on our return. We'll be right back, though, so don't go anywhere. All right, we're gonna get into the game a little bit earlier as the matchup did kick off quicker than we anticipated. Team Enforcers starting off pretty strong. Taka with the ban, and of course Lance with the pickup on. Sorry, we're gonna get that switch there for a second. That is incorrect. Mutiny with the Lance this time. Enforcers with the Adagio Lyra.
Oh, all right. I don't know what the whole thing here is, but it's going to be a Lance Ringo scarf. Not entirely too sure if it's going to be Sanjo in lane with the Ringo or with the scarf at this point, but Brutal Turtle very likely is going to be having to run the other one there unless we're going to do some kind of magic. On the flip, though, something that you don't ever want to give your opponents, Adagio Lyra, and combined with a glaive. We got early game, we got late game. This looks like it just straight out of draft. I think Enforcers already have this locked up.
It does look really strong. We're going to have to see if Mutiny has the answer. Seeing the Ringo and again, a Scarf as well. This is interesting. This is the second Ringo Scarf combo we've seen. Are they going to play it differently than what we saw Apex? That'll be the question as we get into this game. But forecourt, it looks like we may be seeing another, either a Jungle Ringo or a Jungle Scarf this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a Jungle Scarf. Unless Brutal Turtle, for some reason, wants to head into that lane, it should be just Sanjo there to pick it up, and it is going to be Ringo heading off to do the last hits. Okay, so that will be that support Lyra. I was kind of curious if Harimo is actually... Now I'm kind of curious. Did they swap roles, or is Harimo just not coming to lane as quick as he can?
It's hard to say. I think the Weapon Blade was picked up just for that early game harass that we see a lot of Lyras like to play. And it's just fascinating instead of a crystal bit to go with the Weapon Blade. But you can see with the range that Lyra has that it definitely can be very difficult to deal with.
Ooh, gotta be careful of that Lance, but she saw it coming. Smelly is able to just get off to the side. It's going to be a Smelly Lyra this round, but Harimo is the one to hit the last hits. This has left Neon Fire into the jungle by himself, but Glaive versus Scarf early on. I might actually have more money on the Glaive, but Smelly, ooh, he's not going to go down, but he really took a good hit there.
Yeah, but dude did a lot of harass onto Ringo, and I think that was the goal of this Weapon Blade on the Lyra first, is to be able to kind of put that harass. I think Majorn just did a good job at countering that, keeping her at bay, making sure that his Ringo was stayed safe, and that's nice counterplay by Majorn there.
A lot of the accepted counterplay to a Lyra is just go straight into her. If he has to use all the mana for self-heals, rather than looking for offensive things like what she's doing to Sanjo and trying to bully him out of the lane, then the bullying goes really far down. But look at that as well. I mean, that's the Wrath, Agent of Wrath on top of Smelly, and that is just going to be a kill. But here's the return. Majorn comes up. Nice Githian into that turret. She already had the aggro from the kill. Majorn's able to clean it up. But in terms of the farm, this is going to be Harimo coming out just a bit farther ahead.
Oh, Majorn doing a great job. I mean, that was nice. Definitely coming in, knowing that how low the Lyra is. It kind of heads up to make sure that he can protect this lane, prevent them from just pushing blindlessly. And Brutal Turtle with the Scarf, he's got 14 CS. He's a little bit ahead of Neon Fire, and Scarf's going to scale really, really well. And with those Goops and Spitfires coming out of the jungle, it's going to be hard to keep an eye on it.
Smelly is going straight into Sanjo. Neon Fire is now here. Here's Harimo as well, but Sanjo's already lost a lot of health, and I think he's down to his last few potions. He still has 13 seconds left on the counter. Smelly is just able to heal up after those trades. Majorn is now going to be coming up for the babysit, but there's just not going to be enough. The double healer can just trade you all day. If you can't get that kill on top of Enforcers, they will bleed you dry.
Yeah, definitely going to come back into a fight quickly. Look how they're already full health, even with the insane amount of damage coming out of the Lance Ringo. And look at how much damage, and
boom.
Can Smelly get it? She does.
Yeah, the Smelly curveball coming in. Neon Fire, though, finds Brutal Turtle, and, well, I don't think he wants to be here. Brutal, do you got boots? No, Ops doesn't actually have boots at all. It will not be able to catch up to the Neon Fire. And at the same time, you can see now all three in lane. They might actually be able to pick up the little dragon. But again, double heals, not enough to keep Neon going this round. We throw down that sigil a little too late. And now Lyra is actually out of energy.
Wow, yeah, very, very surprising. Lyra's so low. Scarf was pretty low energy as well.
Oh, he got away. Look at that infinite projectile. Whee!
Yeah, wow, really close there.
Yeah, woo, bump. It actually does hit. It doesn't like just fade off into obscurity.
Yeah, it goes on for a long time.
Yeah, but it does hit. That's why it went boop at the end. So yeah, I gotta say, the Lyra harass, it's really put a good tempo into the lane. 38-24 between the laners now.
Yeah, and that's really been the success of it, right? Is the gold advantage? It's slightly in favor of Mutiny, but it's because of Enforcers, but it's because of that really aggressive harass that's been fantastic. Mutiny, they have absolutely struggled here in both in the lane. The only saving grace they've got is in the jungle, where Brutal Turtle on that Scarf has done a good job farming. He's definitely outpacing pretty good. 31-23 is not too bad.
But look what he bought. It's a Storm Crown Scarf.
I gotta be honest, this is the first I've seen it. Let's see how it plays out. I don't want to discredit it yet. We always...
Me neither.
But I'm skeptical.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Sanjo is about to be skeptical of Neon Fire here. Takes half of his health. He's going to burn down a little bit there from the Adagio. That's what I mean by kind of. Like, we got the boots now for the Brutal, and, well, he's kind of doing what he did on Catherine, just this time on Scarf. And I'm just not too sure that's what this team needs right now.
Yeah, they really just need the Scarf to scale into the late game to be able to a lot of crystal power. He does pick up 2 crystal bits finally. There is a lot of damage, nice and pale, and you see maybe the Scarf has exactly what he needs. He's just not doing a lot there. He does take a lot of damage. Neon Fire getting out with that afterburn. The harass from Hirumu is definitely been effective, but it's been interesting. It's been challenging to see, can this Scarf counter? It looked like there was a lot of damage coming out, but I think mostly that was from the Lance and Ringo forecourt, not from the Scarf.
Yeah, well, but the Scarf did contribute. He had the goop, right? And the goop is going to help out Majoran quite a bit. If he can get the goop down on top of someone, it's going to be very hard to avoid the upcoming route with the Impale. So that's actually a really nice combo. Then you can light it on fire, and you can light your opponents on fire, and Majoran's going to poke him in the face with his giant lance, right? So that is actually kind of cool, because if they can continue to do that and eradicate one of these guys just very quickly on a fight, then we're going to be in good shape here for Mutiny. The problem is that, again, I'm not entirely too sure where Brutal Turtle goes from here. For now, he needs to kind of survive this, because Neon Fire's coming in real strong with that Blood Song. It's not going to be enough. Majoran is there to help out, and the Smelly Lyra is just going to have to run away from this one. So, there might be a bit more to it. We'll have to see kind of what he goes from here.
Yeah, but that kill does allow Brutal Turtle to counter jungle. Definitely something they haven't been able to do much in the 2 games, but there's nothing there. Neon Fire doing a good job clearing out his jungle with those rotations, making sure there's nothing left. And that actually, huge waste. Neon Fire is going to be able to go pick up the bottom shop minions. Oh no, he actually just skips right over those. Doesn't want them. Man, that's a huge deal. A lot of time wasted. And in the lane, man, looks like Mutiny's just getting decimated.
Yeah, without the Scarf there, Majoran and the Ringo, they're just not going to be able to stand up to the double. Again, you can't trade with these guys. You have to go for a kill shot, because they're just going to hit you. You're going to hit them back. They're going to heal, and you're not. So that's how they got the kill there. It was a little bit more of a proactive exchange, but Sanjo did actually fall to that last hit there from Harry Mao, who has, gone a little bit more of a traditional path. He has that alternating current. Neon Fire has that Sorrow Blade, and the Smelly Lyra at this point actually does have that fountain, and, well, I'd bet going into a Crucible next. So, again, Enforcers, they're sticking to their comforts, their strengths, the metas, so to speak, and it's working out well in terms of the momentum. They haven't been able to translate it into a gold lead yet.
Yeah, but it's been very close. And for Mutiny, that's...
Oh, so close. Sorry, Neon Fire looking for the steal, but Brutal Turtle, he had it on Pat. He was able to solo out that gold mine with that Storm Crown. Come on, Majoran, you got to get that Impale, man. Nope. Got slowed up. Neon Fire to get the kill. I don't think Sanjo's going to let him get away, but we need vision. Got to get that vision. There we go. Neon Fire turns it around. Here's the rest of the team. Sanjo is out. Majoran now trying to get to safety, but I just don't see it happening, man. He's too slowed up from the Smelly Lyra, but I'm going to eat my words. He had a sliver of health, but he made it.
Wow, voiding the ace, that's definitely a good sign for Mutiny, because that fight went so wrong. They pick up the gold mine, that's great. I mean, you want that gold lead to help start pushing. Those gold mines don't come back. So with turrets, you could always get the enemy team's turret to even that up, but with gold, that's once it's gone, it's gone. But, you know, Brutal Turtle risked his life for that. He went very, very low in health to get that gold mine, and then, of course, engaging with the glaive. Neon Fire able to then, of course, focus on him and take him out. And, you know, Majoran was just not able to get in position quick enough to help save him.
And Majoran didn't have the position there for that Lance Impale. We got Sanjo here. He's going to be throwing out that fire, but Majoran, he will get rooted, but we've lost Brutal Turtle. It turns into a 3v2, 4 Enforcers, and Sanjo, yeah, he's going to come down low. We've already lost out that Lance. Big misstep from Mutiny. If they were going to go all in with that aggression, they needed to let each other know.
Yeah, Brutal Turtle just going down to farm on his own, leaving his team hanging out to dry. That's just, it's not the kind of communication you need to have. I think, you know, you saw Majoran just going in so far, getting cowed out. He even tried, combat roll wasn't even enough. He got stuck, and of course, Sanjo is going to take a lot of damage, and he falls fast.
Yeah, no reflex, nothing to stop out that stun. Even under this turret, well, they're going to get a root. Majoran, he's got to get the Smelly Lyra back into you with a Githian, but it just came up now. Instead, he pushes them away. And, well, Enforcers are going to be more than happy to get out from under the turret. It is really low. It's low-hanging fruit right now, so in terms of the gold, like, that's going to be an easy 900 pickup sometime in the next little bit. And Enforcers have taken a kill lead now, Dragon.
Yeah, and this is the thing is, you know, Brutal Turtle rotates down to farm. He knows he's got to keep farming, but it looks like Enforcers just have really good awareness of that. They're able to push when he rotates down out of there, exposing Mutiny. And every time they do that, they get a very substantial push, either a kill or a substantial amount of damage on the turret. So you see Brutal Turtle, he's rotating down again. This time, they at least push the minion way farther ahead, and that's definitely helped. But he's going to have to make sure he gets back here quickly, because that turret's going to go down with just a little bit of damage.
Yeah, look at the positioning here. Sigil forward, nobody in that bush. All right, just keep pushing and pushing. We're going to have a nice creep wave here. Majoran is going to waste a lot of his health just to get this positioning. And, well, the damage, again, it's not there. They didn't coordinate that goop into the Impale. Sanjo, with that weapon, like that Dragon Breath of his, the Hellfire Brew, it's not going to be the hardest hitting, right? So they need to really make sure they can get somebody up against the wall. But Brutal Turtle left again. Majoran, he's out. His turret, it's going to follow. Like, there's no chance now.
Yeah, huge mistake. Just the positioning here, the turret's going to fall. But he was just kind of like taking a lot of auto attacks carelessly. He didn't need to take that. Now it's going to result in the gold mine going on the favor of Enforcers, and massive swing now, moving over. That gold lead that was pretty much non-existent is starting to creep up. 2,000 lead for Enforcers and the turret. They're starting to get control of this game, control of the map, and a lot of it comes down to just bad positioning by Majoran there, just taking needless, careless damage, and also Brutal Turtle not being there to support his team when Enforcers engages.
So there is no fear right now of the Brutal Turtle. He might be 2-1, but it's all about Sanjo and this Ringo. And because of that, the Smelly Lyra has an Atlas. On top of that, Neon Fire just picked up his there as well. And between the armor and the double heals, it's going to be really tough going to get this kill. I mean, look at just the reduction here. Smelly is able to take so much damage. He's going to get out of this one pretty much scot-free. Heal there from Haramu. Heals himself with the Sigil. We still have a fountain on top of it. Now they're going to turn around. There's no ult there on top of Sanjo, and the positioning is too far forward here for Mutiny. So they're looking for kills, and they split the team up, but they didn't really collapse on a target.
They split him up if they could catch Majoran down in the base. Oh, Majoran walking into the glaive, does use the Githian wall to push him out of there, and they're able to disengage. They should be thankful for that. They were caught in a really tough spot there, barely getting out of there. Nice split, though, and that was a good call by Majoran to kind of help rotate down to the bottom side. Enforcers so they don't pick up a kill there, and they aren't able to push, but this is consistent with Enforcers being definitely more effective in these team fights, as Mutiny has really struggled to be able to deal the damage, and they've been retreating most of the time.
Yeah, they push up the retreat. They push up the retreat. They just don't quite have that fighting force. But Brutal Turtle is now, I guess, realistically 3 items. 13 minutes in, he has that Storm Crown into the Frostburn, now with the Broken Myth. His damage is going to ramp up very nicely, especially with that true damage adding on top of it there as well. Sanjo, he's still struggling for that second, but Majoran, if he can get into here with that maim, there it is. Haramu and Neon slowed up, but Enforcers are not going to give it time of day. They're just going to back on out, and they only want to fight when it's on their their
Oh,
terms.
Majorn!
Really, and they're gonna look for Majorn. And Majorn, he needs to go over that wall. Where's that combat roll? Where's that Githian? There we go. He's gonna be okay. Sancho might not be though. That's Haramu in pursuit, and he's hitting like a truck.
Oh my goodness, unbelievably how fast he went down. There was just nothing. You even saw a Crucible come out to try to keep him alive, but it wasn't enough. And now it's Brutal Turtle taking all that damage. Neon Fire able to catch him with all of his attacks and twisted strokes, and that is an ace.
And an ace it is. 14 minutes in. There's no Kraken available, but there's a lot of jungle farm to pick up. Perhaps the last gold mine of the game. You got a good 45 seconds to figure that one out, and that's just going to put them farther ahead.
Yeah, this gold lead is starting to swell, 29,000 to the 26. But the biggest thing is just the team fights. You can see every single team fight has gone in favor of Enforcers. They have not had to retreat once, and it's really been bad positioning. Majorn just keeps getting caught out. He could have rotated up on the top of the jungle, instead rotates down to the bottom, gets caught out, and costs his team that fight there. And that's just not unneeded positioning. Very, very unfortunate, because he could have avoided it completely.
Yeah, but unfortunately, what's written is done, and well, we'll have to see if he'll learn from those mistakes. When at this point, it might not actually be enough. Even if he does, 4,000 gold down. The 15-minute mark is now here. There's the Kraken coming up into it. It's not only double item, but now the chase factor is just going to be there once more, and he's been chasing down Sandro quite a bit. There's not really a lot that these guys can do when that Adagio is really going into him.
Yeah, now they're starting on the Kraken, but they gotta be careful though, because a steal here would be very, very, very helpful for Mutiny. They need that. They could, they could actually win these team fights. They've just been playing.
Oh, Haramu.
Man.
I think he disconnected there. He kind of walked over to them and nothing else happened. So, Mutiny get a kill. Smelly, not going to be looking too good. He's going to burn down a little bit, but has enough self-healing. And, well, you said that a Kraken could be helpful to Mutiny, right?
Extremely, because the Scarf's going to scale well. So if they can prolong this game, anything they can do is very helpful. We are going to look to see if everything's okay. We got a pause request.
All right, so we're going to pause. Haramu definitely having some trouble. Not a good time to have it either. Do remind you guys that it's all up to the players to make sure that they can stay connected, just like shoutcasters do. Keep up with their ISPs.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. But, Team Enforcers, they're definitely in a good position. They've got a sizable gold lead. That was a really unfortunate circumstance that happened to Haramu. Man, so that puts Mutiny in a great spot here. They look like they have a shot at getting the Kraken. If they turn their attention, we see as we unfortunately had to put the pause in per request, but they've engaged. Neon Fire has engaged now. So that means that if they don't come out with the Kraken here, Enforcers that is, that could be very problematic for Enforcers. Mutiny could easily have a nice push here, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I don't actually have an item screen in front of me, and everything's all dim here, Dragon, so bear with me a little bit. But at the same time, I think Sanjo, he did finish up, I think, that breaking point on top of that. So he finally did get into that second item situation. It's a little bit later than I think he wanted, but he is 0 and 5.
Yes. It's definitely, as we take a look at it and see where they are, it looks like Mutiny's got the itemization they need. They weren't that far behind in the early game. They only fell a little bit behind with those turrets with the first turret going down and some mid-game spike coming out from Enforcers. But with that win, if they can get this Kraken, they can turn this around. A Sorrow Blade with a breaking point on Sanjo, like you mentioned. The Frostburn, Broken Myth, and the Storm Crown on Brutal Turtle. If they are pushing with a Kraken, that Scarf is going to push down turrets fast.
Right, and that could actually work out very nicely for them if they do actually end up getting that Kraken. But it feels just, if it was in my situation, I'd feel a little bit bad knowing that we only got it because of that disconnect right there. That being said, if we can get to a game 3, I mean, there is hope for Mutiny yet.
There is, yeah, absolutely, and we put up the bracket there, but there is unfortunately a typo in the bracket. We do want to talk about some of the matches that have been concluded. We still have a We Too Sexy for VG and OMG Nexus. They are playing currently. Some of the other wins is Beta Hunt did win against Cheek Clappers, and they are going up against Impact Exodus. And then we are still waiting. It looks like Terminal beat out Beta Instinct. And they're going up against either the winners of Killing Squad or Synergy Decide. And we
Deicide.
Deicide. Oh, okay. And then Noble Pro's going up against Team Winions. And that's a name. Team Winions actually have been around for a long time. Kind of a play on the way that Blueberry's very famous caster from EU doing VGL. Kind of a tongue-in-cheek there on the old joke. But it does look like we are waiting for the results. Of course, Team Enforcers and Mutiny are still ongoing as the results not concluded as we are waiting for this match.
Now, don't get me wrong. I love Blueberries, but Winions has been around far longer than Vainglory.
Oh, okay. Well, then...
Yeah, the term of Winions goes all the way back to Dota.
Thank you, Forecourt, for that knowledge.
Yeah, you're a little bit of a history lesson there. It's
you know what it was.
Winning.
I think it was Vision. It was one of the ones that he made become a little bit infamous.
That one I have no idea about. Winions have definitely been around through many types of these games.
Let's take a look and see if we're ready. I am getting the word to unpause. Looks like we are good to go. So we are going to unpause here in just a second and get you guys back into this matchup.
Well, the big thing is, what's the state of the Kraken? Kraken's actually going to get just ignored as everybody kind of goes on top of Mutiny. Enforcer's out for blood. Sanjo's going to be running, has that fountain now ticking, stunned up against the wall, though. Here's Majorn just trying to play a little bit more of that interference, but we lost out Smelly, and now Neon Fire is still trying to chase down Sanjo. Finally, the kiting works out. And another pause.
Yeah, we got the word that we could unpause, but it looks like it is not the case, as we are still haven't getting any feedback at all from Enforcers. We're going to take a look real quickly here and see what's going on.
I kind of envy you guys because when I had to host, I had no pause functionality. It's like, oh, they're AFK. Oh, they disconnected. Not much I can do about it. There's something to be said about the spectator client.
Yeah, it is. So we're going to take a quick second here to see if we can get word on it. It's nice to have the feature. The disadvantage is it does kind of throw a wrench into the stream. As you know, you're not anticipating this. You don't want anything to happen. You want everyone to be able to play at their best. So we'll see what we can do to make sure everyone's all right here.
Ben, Ken, and Sam. Or Ben, Sam, and Ken. I don't know. The copy paste has been pretty strong tonight.
The banned advertisement apparently is the root of that. We'll see.
It's a great advertisement. I've heard it hundreds of times by now.
Million times. Thankfully, this broadcast, we've got a variation to the banned advertisement where it will be a different ad. So you guys will get a breather from or relief from hearing about Ben and his adventures. So let's take a look. It does look like we are getting word. Unpause it is. So we're going to get you guys back into this matchup, and hopefully this time we will be good to go.
Well, I think the damage is done. Mutiny picks up 3 kills. It bounces him back up to about 2,000 between the teams, and Kraken's still sitting there all hesitant and waiting and just ready to unleash upon one of these teams. Harrymel is going to be coming forward, though. He doesn't really know what's going on, and, well, yeah, he's been spotted now. Brutal Turtle just saying, all right, none of that. And Adagio, I just don't see it happening, man. Like, there's no steal possible here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the only glimmer of hope here for Enforcers is that they had a prolonged AFK and they didn't lose a single turret, right? So they still have all their turrets. They are going to be going up against this Kraken push, but they're not out of the game whatsoever. They can get back into this now that Harry Mew is back. They've got their full team ready to go. The wave of the minions are not pushed too strong, so it's just going to be a Kraken. And this is something they can actually deal with. You can see, like, with no minions pushing, it's just a Kraken. They're going to get a turret, but I don't think they're going to get more than one turret if Enforcer plays this correctly.
Well, we do got Storm Crowns on both sides. We even got a banner there for Majorn, so it's kind of a bit more of a battle of who can actually get these. Nice impale, but it gets dodged out by the Smelly Lyra. They would use those portals to get out. Nice heart pulses there, but 2 turrets for the Kraken. You know, we got our money's worth here from Mutiny. They are gonna, not quite tie up their money. It might look like it for now, but we're about to dump another K.5 over there to Enforcers. So big comeback for them. They've all of a sudden made up for a lot of gold. They got a few kills. The Kraken put some global gold in their pockets there as well. They're in tip-top form now.
Yes, yep, they are. They're looking really strong. You know, this game was very much in favor of Enforcers, but again, unfortunately, connection issues, they do happen. We try our best to accommodate and make sure that we get this all worked out, and so that each team has a fair shot at playing at their best and coming in here. But, you know, this means that Mutiny got an opportunity, and they definitely have taken advantage of it. Moving into this late game, you're going to see this Scarf very effective, dealing a lot of damage, and this is something that Enforcers is going to be running into throughout the rest of this game. And if they can manage it, though, they've got one of the turrets down. They're not behind in gold yet. They have a decent shot at this.
All right, so what do we do while we wait for the Kraken? Well, a lot of teams will either try to push, try to fight, maybe go get a little bit of farm, but it does look like a little bit more of a tussle forming up here in the lane. We got Haramu and Smelly. Remember, that's a big double-ranged harass combo between them, and we have actually been empowering Smelly there to get a lot of those auto attacks off. Has that true damage ready to go. No more weapon blade nonsense, but you know the harass has been fairly there in Mutiny. They're very hesitant to kind of stake their claim towards the middle of the map.
Yes, yeah, they definitely have, they've had to play kind of on the back foot most of the game, and, you know, as Enforcer starts to regain a little bit more of their confidence into this game, after that small setback, I think that you're going to see them try to continue to put pressure and put Enforcers. The difference, though, is Brutal Turtle's Scarf is really fed. He's got it. His Infusion, though, is about to run out, and that's something that if you can keep an eye on from Enforcer, you can kind of pick your fight wisely.
Yeah, well, there it goes. It actually is out. It's only Sanjo with that infusion right now, but we do got two on the other side here. Smelly, just kind of the odd one out, but Smelly did pick up a Shiver Steel to add to this, so we have quite a bit of slow available to both sides between the Frostburns, the Shiver Steels. We got some nice stuns to line up with Roots, so this next team fight could actually make or break the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's close. It's still close. Mutiny's kind of had to play a little bit behind their minions here. They've had actually to be a little careful. You haven't seen them being very aggressive. Something you would expect with the last couple team fights going their way. They'd be the aggressors. Instead, they've kind of had to play on the defense. And this is good for Enforcers, but now we're going to look like we're going to have a Kraken to be contested here, and all three members of each team are down looking to contest this if there will be a fight breakout. Forecourt, this is dangerous for Enforcers.
It keeps going up, keeps going down. We're trying to reposition him. Mutiny just looking for that angle. Instead, it's going to be Smelly going forward. Brings the glaive with him there as well, but the goop and the fire bring Harrymill down low. Bajorn going through that portal. That's actually not good for the team. He's really split here, and Sanjo cannot kite this one out. Bajorn with the double stun. It's not going to be enough to equalize, and Enforcers will live through it. They're down to half. Brutal Turtle no better with his health, just under that half mark. Looks to get that train, looks to maybe come back, does actually get that health. Now we're going back to the Kraken. Smelly, now maybe a bit of a target, but Neon Fire, it is going to be enough for Brutal Turtle to pick up the kill. It's not enough to stay alive from Neon, and oops, not over that wall. Majorn is going to be cleaned up for an ace.
Oh, a huge ace for Enforcers. They absolutely needed this. They are going to go for Kraken there because they know they need to probably push. They've only got two of their members. I think they might have been able to push the lane a little bit, but Ringo is going to come up very soon. So instead they opt for the Kraken. They've got enough damage with this Adagio and Glaive taking away at it. And of course their minion waves now have pushed up against Mutiny's turret. This is a nice swing for Enforcers. They've got to feel good about this because of that setback they had earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to put them back on track to, well, more or less the game domination with the Kraken pushing down. Again, we do got Storm Crowns on both sides. We actually have double Storm Crown now. Majorn has picked his up to go alongside Brutal Turtle. And, well, Scarf is good at taking these objectives anyways and burning them down. If we can get more than two turrets, I mean, Enforcers might still actually be able to finish out the game. But if we can start laying into the Kraken early, Mutiny, I think, can still stick in it.
Yeah, that Kraken almost goes down with the minions alone. Does stay up though just a little bit, but now you've got a full team of Enforcers pushing. This Kraken's gonna, this turn's gonna go down with just one hit from the Kraken, and there's the portal in. They've kind of trapped him with the Bright Bulwark. Brutal Turtle going down fast.
Yeah, Neon Fire prioritizing the right target in that situation. Majorn might actually have that Storm Crown, but he's not going to do nearly as much damage. He's still looking for a bit of a fight. Sanjo having to go all the way back to the Sanctuary. Majorn not soon to follow. But That Kraken half health. We have no Brutal Turtle for 30 seconds. Even if we get through these turrets, I mean, it's going to be a dicey situation.
Yeah, Neon Fire going in hard. Takes a lot of damage, though. He is going to go down. And this is going to slow down this push a little bit. But down goes Majorn as well. So this is actually going to continue pushing. The Kraken is going to get another turret. And Ice Smelly and the Adagio here are going to be able to continue to lay waste. They may be able to take out this final turret.
Yep, they will. Now it's up to the Kraken and the 2 to kind of finish this game up. Oh, they didn't actually finish it. The Kraken went down. Really nice work as Brutal Turtle. He has good positioning here. You got to go through him to get into the turret. But again, no Kraken, no teammates. It's kind of dicey on both sides. We also have no minions. And that shield is actually the only thing keeping Mutiny in the game.
They get it, though. They get it. Oh, wow. That was close. Very risky, but ends up paying off. And that is going to be the game for Enforcers. Enforcers taking game number 2. But, man, that was very close as they had some pretty serious connection issues. And forecourt, it's got to be a big sigh of relief for them.
Yeah, despite that little bit of a quibble in the middle of the match, they are able to still finish off very strong, I feel. 24, 10,000 gold going over to the Harmu. I mean, Sanjo just kind of got handled from minute 1 of this matchup. 7 deaths and only 135 farm. It's he definitely didn't take home any prizes for his marksmanship.
Absolutely. As we look at this matchup and we look at the builds, we see that really it comes down to just a more consistent playstyle from Enforcers, but that early aggression really helped cement their position in that game. I think if they had been behind in the early game and then had that technical issue, it would have been worse. But with the Storm Crown on the Scarf, very tanky, definitely was effective, but just got caught in positions that he really shouldn't have, and he had a hard time getting out of those positions. The Lance is not really, maybe just, it could be really good with those get the walls, but just wasn't able to kind of keep the enemy at bay, and Brutal Turtle went down an awful lot. Really was the reason they weren't able to start winning those games. It's just as quickly as Brutal Turtle would go down.
Storm Crowns, man. Brutal Turtle seems to really like his Storm Crowns. I'm not going to say it did their team any favors, but these drafts were a little bit out of left field there as well. So either way, the beauty of it is we're going to see them again, or at least somebody will see them again. Might not necessarily be us. We'll have to see what else they have up their sleeves as they go down into the elimination bracket.
Yes, they do, but they're not out of it. So that's the key. Mutiny, they have a chance to come back in. They are in the loser bracket, but they can definitely rise again. We're going to take a look at the winner bracket right now as we get started here. In forecourt, some of the big surprises, not that, of course, Team Enforcers did advance. The bracket was updated a little bit prematurely there. We do apologize for that. But otherwise, nothing else really surprising. As we get into the round 3, the last remaining round 2s that we are waiting to hear back from, of course, is Synergy and going up against Killing Squad. Still no update there. Is the final remaining one. But Team Enforcers, the first team to officially move on to the round number 3 for today. So we do congratulate them as we get ready for the next round here and figure out who'll be streamed. We'll get that to you guys in just a moment. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll be getting you the next matchup in the next series for round number 3. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, Alright, we are back, everybody. Getting ready for the next matchup. It will be Enix. I believe I'm saying this correct. Forecourt against For You. I'm gonna pull up that bracket.
For me?
For you, of course. Always always Forecourt. So it will be actually Enix going up against I don't think it's For You. I think it's
For me?
I think it's We Too I think it's We Too Sexy going up against Enix.
We Too Sexy for VG. Actually, somebody's gonna make that now.
Let's see how they do. We
are
are
gonna have a music video one day of just that, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh damn, what did we do?"
We are going to be waiting a little bit as Enix is finishing up their match, and this is a storyline that Forecourt that we haven't had a chance to talk a lot about. This was a team picked up by an organization, Team Apex, looking very strong. They put together a strong team, and the roster has stayed the same since last season, since the end of the split. So we're looking forward to seeing how they're going to play. They're going up against a very exciting roster. These are all former members of Team Phoenix, a large organization of competing top tier all the time. And these players, you know, they didn't want to sit on the bench. They wanted to play. They ended up leaving Phoenix, forming their own team. And it is starting all over, a name that many people recognize. Big Dog as well, both players from Reborn. And Anna Marie, a player that a lot of people would recognize.
What?
Not as competitive, like doesn't play in competitive matches as often, but definitely trying to make a statement here, coming in, and you know, they ranked very, very high in the preceding, and Forecourt, I think that this is going to be pretty exciting to see how they perform.
Well, Anna Marie isn't that one of the mods of our chat channel?
You know what? Last season was one of the mods.
Well, she still is now. In
She
Twitch
has gone
chat.
pro.
Yeah.
She has gone pro.
Wow, okay, that's super exciting. Now, I mean, starting all over is definitely a name that a lot of us should be familiar with, especially if you've watched Evil 8 in the past. But the bigger thing to me is Big Dog. You know, it's been a while, I think, personally, since I've gotten to see Big Dog. He didn't make it to top 3 with Challenger, and he hasn't been, I think the last time I saw Big Dog was the Rage Pingers?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I mean, he was in Reborn. I mean, so he played in Reborn. He was in the Rage Pingers, and then he played for Reborn in the spring season, actually coming on and actually winning a game and helping Phoenix overtake Noble in that matchup. And then since then, he's been sitting on the bench for Reborn, but now he's come out. He's ready to play, and this is a roster, very, very young roster. All these players are under 16, but they've been in the scene, competitive scene, for a long time.
Okay, so that was Big Dog that did that. That's interesting. I knew that. I remember the storyline. I just didn't realize that was Big Dog. Okay, so I have seen him a bit more recently than I gave him credit, but at the same time, you know, it's been an actual while since we got to see him. So that's pretty cool. Marto and Bruticus, though, just joined up, and those are names that I'm definitely familiar with there as well. Marto, you know, ex Evil 8 at this point.
Yeah, he is, you know, Liberation X. You know, he was part of the championship team, actually coming in and, you know, arguably saving his team there, and preventing them from getting the loss, ultimately giving them the championship in that best of 5. One of the most exciting championship final matches we've ever seen. And you know, very, you know, skilled player, been in the support role for a long time, coming in here and helping this organization, giving them the resources and the power they need to kind of push through to the top. So that's where we're at right now. Forecourt looking to get this match started pretty soon, but they're going up against a very young, very fast-paced team. Exciting, kind of hitting the scene by surprise. A lot of people have been telling me to watch We Too Sexy for VG because of the roster, because of these players. They're trying to make a name for themselves, and they've got a real shot at doing that this season.
There's a lot of chatter here about Humanists' influence over the young mind of starting all over, and how Ozo is going to be played in this matchup. So, I mean, if that's a fact, then Humanists, you're going to get your wish. Stop influencing young players, though, dude.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it works out, because I mean, these guys love to pull our legs here in the in-game chat. So we'll see that. It's unlikely that we'll see an Ozo, but if we do, it'll be very interesting. We've seen very little competitive Ozo.
Very little. There was a screenshot from Mowgli, however, titled Appeasing Humanist, where Team Secret in a scrim up against Snow did run a Crystal Ozo. That was tweeted out, I believe, yesterday. So there might be a little more to the hero coming down the line. For now, though, yes, I definitely wouldn't put him in the starting lineup of a lot of teams.
Yeah, well, we'll find out in a little bit. We're gonna take a quick second here just to update you guys on some of the matches taking place in the loser bracket. As we kind of move through here, they are starting to populate and move through. And we've got some, I do believe we've got some updates here for you. Let's take a quick look. And we actually do, it looks like, Beta Hunt did fall to the loser bracket, so they will be playing, in the second round of loser bracket, they'll be playing either the winners of, Shrubs or Team God Eaters, but we do have the first two winners. Mutiny, of course, drops down as well. So actually, no teams have actually, appeared to have played. Just a few teams dropping down from the second round, so we're getting that all worked out, see where they sit pretty soon here. But no other updates, just the fact that Enix and We2Sexy, they are ready to play. We're just waiting for one more member before we get started. But yes, Impact Exodus, they did take out Beta Hunt 2-0, knocking Beta Hunt down to the loser bracket for the second round. So they still got a shot. You know, you can get one series loss before you're completely knocked out. See how that ends up working out for them.
Who's the third member here? Marto, Bruticus, and Bladeheart. Okay. Bruticus, I'm going to be keeping an eye on simply because, again, he likes to play what I really enjoy watching early on. Lances, Glaives, Taka's there as well. The melee jungle is where I'm going to be pegging Bruticus. Unless he's changed up his style, that's going to be something that apparently Ozo is going to have to worry about here from starting all over.
We'll see. We are ready to get going. I don't see any need to hold off any longer. It looks like all the players are in. You know, this taunt to have Ozo, we'll find out if it really is going to happen as we jump into the draft of game number 1 of this series.
Samuel out. Adagio, Lyra, Taka. I mean, we've seen a little bit more of a revolving door when it comes to the second band. Lance is definitely an interesting an idea, but will be a Lance. Yeah, they're definitely going to be taking out Lance. So again, Lyra, Adagio, Taka, all still very first pick worthy. I don't think we're going to see a first pick Baron ever, but at this point, I mean, there's still so many picks available to these guys. It will maybe be a Lyra here. Now the question is, will it be Marteau playing it or Bladeheart?
We are. It's curious to see. Adagio and Finn going on the side of We2Sexy for VG, and we see that Ozo being teased.
So again, like the mind games of describing your strategy in chat. Oh, is that what they're actually going? Do we need to worry about that, or are they just trolling us? Right? Picking up that Adagio for the Ozo. I mean, I think that was kind of the condition we needed here for We2Sexy. They needed to make that happen.
Well, we'll find out. Third pick coming in from Enix. Bruticus on the Kestrel. Marto and the Lyra. Probably support Lyra. Marto definitely enjoys playing that aggressive Lyra. Going to see probably that rotate up to the jungle.
What? All right, it's going to be Bruticus on Kestrel.
On Kestrel, and do we have an Ozo? We see now back and forth between this and the Sky. 15 seconds
Ozo,
as we wait.
Ozo. Say it with me, chat. Ozo.
You know what? It's dangerous because there is.
Yes!
Oh wow!
They did it. And again, I think the only reason they can do this is because it's Adagio, and it's going to be a weapon. So he's going to go Crystal Adagio and buff the weapon Ozo, who's just going to be bouncing all over 2 or 3 lovely ladies' heads because there is no frontline muscle for this comp, right? It's all ranged. And he has a great gap closer.
Yeah, he really, you know what Ozo does, and the only thing that he has to be careful on is this Kestrel's Mist to be able to CC, plus that comboed with the Celeste stun. So there's a lot of CC on the side of Oh, we do have a quick switch here. I apologize.
It's gonna be a good match. Let's just go with that. It's gonna be a good match. So, it is confirmed, right? It is We Too Sexy for VG on the right.
Yes, I do apologize. We got that fixed. Slight mistake there.
And this is Nexus here on the left.
Exactly.
Awesome. So it is going to be Bruticus in the jungle there with that Kestrel. Marteau is going to be on that Lyra, but there's no level 1 gank, at least forming up. It looks like Bladeheart on the Celeste is going to have to deal with the Adagio for now. And it's Big Dog up in that lane. You might have actually expected starting over to be up there, but because he is the one playing the Ozo, he's the jungler this round.
Yeah, and again, big surprise seeing an Ozo come into play. How it's going to work out, he does not be able to secure that farm. Nice rotation though down by Big Dog into the jungle. But Anna Marie, she's going to take a lot of damage. This Lyra Kestrel harass is definitely hard to manage in the early game. It's something that they use right. But what we don't see is Lyra going up to the lane. She kind of had to stay down in the jungle to deal with the rotation from Big Dog down in the jungle to kind of push into the jungle. Not a lot of need for him up to help Bladeheart.
Yeah, I was going to say, because Big Dog's no longer there, I mean, there wasn't exactly a lot to go on. But look at this engage, you bounce on the head, you stick to him, the 3-ring circus is good, and starting out over nearly dies for his trouble. At the same time, nearly Bladeheart as well. Anna Marie still actually looking for it. There's the sigil for Marteau to keep her alive. And a lot of busted heads, but no deaths yet.
So that is exactly the thing I'm most concerned about going to Ozo in this comp, is the fact that Ozo could jump on and close the gap, but now he's got to deal with all that CC, the stun coming out, the core collapse from Celeste. It's only 1 minute and a half, and she's already level 2, and she's able to pull that out. And that's a challenge, it's a problem, and that's something that starting all over needs to be extra careful about. You're going to have to see him pick up an early reflex block if he wants to continue that kind of aggression, because they're going to be able to counter his aggression quite easily with the timely play CC.
Well, starting over at this point is actually start off with a crystal bit, so we'll have to see if it will become weapon or nope. Aftershock, I think, is going to be, well, could we see a Storm Crown Tension Bow Aftershock, some kind of variation there? I'm going to reserve judgment on that one, but starting over, I think, absolutely is going to be going into that Aftershock sometime soon. And from there, yeah, if we do get that reflex block, you can kind of predict where some of those stuns will go, and you can keep yourself going. But just the Bulwark from Marteau alone is going to be something of an issue.
Yeah, nice quibble placed by Anna Marie onto both Bladeheart and Marteau, doing a little bit of damage, mostly just for harass as they continue to push this lane. Big Dog doing a nice job on the Adagio, 26 to the 21 of Bladeheart. So he's got a little bit of a lead, but he's got to be careful because the power spike does tend to occur. Oh, but he gets caught in the stun, and he might be going down.
Yeah, the core collapse was good. Bruticus, not quite enough range to stay that far forward. He had to back up and try to kite out a little bit. You can see, though, We Too Sexy just not exactly doing well after that find. A lot of lost health. And it's, good heals from Marteau, keeping Bladeheart and him kind of topped off in this regards. There's not going to be any more aggression. Instead, starting all over, he's going to go back to his jungle. At the same time, Bruticus, early on, you can see he's actually picked up some early shield. Same here with Marteau as well, although that's going to be wrapped into a fountain here fairly shortly. So that double crystal, and it is shaping up to be double crystal, at least at this point, get some early shield and try to power through it.
Yeah, a lot of defense, double kinetic shield there to kind of just go deal with this what appears to be a double CP comp. Although with just one crystal bit, that could change very quickly.
Yeah, but he has the cooldown, right? So unless it's going to be a banner, probably get that Aftershock. Big Dog, a little bit shocked to die right there. Bruticus did come down low, but again, they have a little bit of that shield. It's able to go a long way this early on.
Yeah, you know what? He was taking a lot of damage. He actually chose to go in and put on some flame to hopefully at least get a kill because he realized he is kind of caught out and getting disengaging wasn't going to result in it's probably his life being saved. So not too shocked it was a 3v2 there, but yeah, unfortunate, he really can't afford to get behind. He's going to be, even though he's a strong late game hero, so is the Celeste. Bladeheart's going to be able to do a lot of damage there, and the Lyra is able to keep Bladeheart alive, so that's the thing. Adagio, he's got the heal as well, but he's got to be extra careful because there is a lot of power that's going to be coming out of Bladeheart in a few, the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Now, Ozo by himself, is kind of keeping up at this point. Bruticus is starting to outpace him, though. 36 farm to the 33. Now, Bruticus coming up to lane. They might be looking for some damage on top of Big Dog, but Bruticus kind of gave it away that he was there with the glimmer shots. It's only able to hit Anna Marie. I guess they didn't actually really have an idea of where Starting Over is. This could be really interesting. Starting Over and Marto going to do a little bit of a tussle down here, but maybe not. Maybe it's Anna Marie instead. Bruticus can't stay that far forward anymore. Didn't get the kill on top of the Finn. Instead, looking for Starting, and Starting by himself in that triangle of damage. Not able to live through it.
Yeah, this comp is not it's not putting a lot of pressure on the early game, which is what you'd probably expect to want to see, at least playing a little bit better. 2-0, but the gold is still in favor of We2Sexy for VG. You know, they're doing a great job. They've got the itemization and harass, nice dodge of that core collapse, so they're definitely not too much out of the woods here yet. And with that heal, Big Dog trying to use boots to get in there, but it doesn't look like, here comes In the Jungle though. Does look like he's got blocked out of it because of the invisibility by Bruticus, but Starting All Over has already locked onto him. He's going to disengage though because he knows that Marto's coming down.
Yeah, he's not up in that lane anymore. I wonder where he could be. All right, well, Bruticus is making a beeline for the bush. It's a good idea that it's going to become 2v1. But Starting Over is level 6 now. That's the big thing. He has that Bangarang you saw in there in the jungle. So Aftershock, a Bangarang, he's starting to shape up. So is Big Dog. He has that reflex block to go with the alternating current. And Anna Marie has that fountain. There's Marto with his as well. Bruticus opting to go into Breaking Point before Sorrow Blade. Could actually be Breaking Point into Double Tyrants, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, really interesting. You know, the fact that he just went straight into Breaking Point. We've seen this done every so often for Court, and a lot of it's just the idea of getting that attack speed. They want that attack speed early, but they also want to be able to have that sustainability. It's just there's not a lot of defense on Bruticus yet. So right now, a fight, if it was a 3v3 fight, would definitely probably not be the best fight. But you do see Big Dog going down fast. That's because it was a 2v3 for a while there.
Yeah, Starting Over came back in. Didn't use the Bangarang though. And Bruticus gets healed right up to half. There's the Bangarang coming through, but it looked like it actually got hit by that the bulwark. So didn't actually get the damage that it wanted. They do trade it out, however. So it is Anna Marie just kind of left holding the bag at this point, but it is still OMG Nexus to take it to 1 and just push a little bit harder than their opponents.
Yeah, and they finally have actually taken a gold lead, Enix, because they've with those kills, with the pushing, they've the pressure, they finally have gotten out from the little deficit that they had, and that is a concern for We2Sexy for VG. They do push ahead, but with Big Dog going down so quickly, with their little bit out of position. In some of these fights, with Starting All Over just a little late coming up to the top, you probably have to feel like that maybe We2Sexy, like Anna and Big Dog, need to be more patient and disengage quicker so they don't put themselves in that kind of deficit early on in these team fights.
All right, so I just got to ask you quick. We2Sexy for VG and OMG Nexus. Is this not that game?
No, this is We2Sexy. This is the next one.
Right, okay. Totally threw me off when you confirmed it was OMG Nexus early on. I was looking at that tag this whole time. It's like, that has nothing to do with the Nexus. But okay, cool. Glad we're on the same page now. Thank you, sir. So, on that business behind us, Enix, not OMG Nexus. There we go. It's going to have a little bit of an engage from Marto, but they didn't catch anyone except Anna Marie. Now it's Starting Over going in instead, and a nice double pull. Not entirely too sure how that hit Bruticus, but Starting Over is going to be happy to land that damage and get the kill. So 4-2. When that all is said and done here, we still got a little bit of harass coming out of Bladeheart and Marto, but Starting Over is kind of in the vision, so he keeps getting a hit. I'm not entirely too sure they can go diving for this, so instead it's a rotation. It's 9 minutes in, Dragon. There's a very full gold mine there. I'm not too sure that they can get it very easily. Big Dog gonna get hit by the one shot. We're still trying to get the kills for Marto here as well, but Bladeheart is backed up. I think that's the end of the aggression there.
Yeah, nice aggression. They finally are starting to show that they can win these team fights because they've really struggled, mostly because they've gotten caught out. But when they play together as a team, they've definitely mechanically can do a lot of work. One of the things you're gonna want to watch is with this Forced Accord by Anna Marie and the Starting All Over's Bangarang, comboed with the Adagio. It might be a strategy they're gonna try to employ, specifically getting one of the carries Isolate pulled onto their side. That's a lot of damage and CC that Big Dog can pull off if he pulls off a Verse of Judgment. But, if they're going to be able to pull that off in unison, that's going to be the key here. This is a team that's, been playing together for a long time because they've been friends, but competitively, this is the first time we've seen a showing.
That's also a really hard thing to execute, especially now that we got crucibles and multiple reflex blocks on the table. I mean, if for some reason we just mistime everything, sure, it'll be glorious. But I wouldn't put really too much faith into that one. For now, just try to get one or the other or the third. Don't go for some kind of crazy combo. Don't put your eggs in one basket where a reflex can kind of destroy your hopes and dreams there.
Yeah, definitely going to see how they go into this next fight. They're all three up in the lane from each team. They definitely, you can tell each team kind of feels like they are in a good position to fight. The gold is very even. So both teams you expect to have very similar itemization. Mostly on the support, we actually see it just like Anna is, defensively, she's a little bit weaker. She does have the war treads, but that doesn't give her as much tankiness as the Crucible will on the side of Marteau.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, Anna Marie at this point has also gone into that Iron Guard contract for a little bit more sustain from there. But still, you can't start this fight when she's down to 20%. And again, another Bulwark starting over. Can't get that ult, and the one shot is just going to clean right through Anna Marie. Taking that much damage and then looking for a fight is never advisable.
Yeah, and we see exactly what I was worried about with this Ozo, is he's going to have a really hard time on closing the gap with this Kestrel. Kestrel's going to be able to put down her mist and lock up and get a stun. You saw the stun on Ozo went flawlessly. He was able to predict it with very much effortless precision, able to get that stun, starting all over from pulling Bruticus away from that fight. Even with that, Anna was mostly already dead. And so this is what you're going to expect to see. There's a lot of CC on the side of Enix, and if they keep this up, if they don't make any mistakes, they easily should be able to prevent this Ozo play by starting all over to really do much. And now it's going to be completely on Big Dog and Anna Marie to get these fights the way they want it. That Crucible was perfect by Marteau. Prevented that forced accord. If that keeps up, this is going to be just challenging for We Too Sexy for VG.
Remember how I said Ozo might go Aftershock Stormcrown?
Yeah.
He just went Aftershock Stormcrown. He gets into the front line there with that Bangarang, but unfortunately, triple range and a very big choke point says otherwise here for this team. So, yeah, We Too Sexy for VG about to, well, find out that Team Enix is here to play with all the meta picks. And starting over, he's going to get chased by Marteau of all people. Bruticus now coming down, looking to try to get that monkey dead. And 1, 2, 3 needs another shot. Are we going to even throw out the one shot? 26 seconds. Starting over is going to take him on a merry, merry chase.
Oh, he really is. And this is perfect. Although you do see Bladeheart gets almost... Oh, he's just barely missing Big Dog. Oh, he's got to be so upset. The block by Anna Marie. Now it's actually Big Dog and Anna Marie turning. But you know what? Bladeheart's got a lot of damage poke. And Big Dog got caught between a rock and a hard place. Marteau coming up there and helping support Bladeheart. And then Ozo goes down finally. That's the ace.
Yeah, playing ring around the minion miner at that point. The 3-ring circus, unfortunately, drops to the precision there of Bruticus, but good enough. Turret goes down. Goldmine here to follow very soon. Bladeheart with her kills as well. 8 and 2 between the teams, and 3,000 gold, 3,500 gold, about to be a little bit more with the Goldmine going down. We did go into Breaking Point Sorrowblade. Not entirely too sure why the Breaking Point first for Bruticus, but hey, whatever works. It's definitely been doing well. We're looking at a possible third item here for Bladeheart. Yep, gets that Frostburn. So 13, almost 14 minutes. This Celeste is basically full power now.
Yeah, I just really feel the Ozo calling it out and then allowing the enemy team to pick a comp that definitely played into this Ozo perfectly was a huge mistake. You just see the Versus Judgment does come out. The CC, though, is not enough as it blocks out and takes down Big Dog, and now it's just Anna Marie left standing. She's going to be taking this full fury of damage coming out. The chase is just too much to get away from. The Portal doing such a great job at locking them in, and that ace, that is going to be another turret for court, and this game is looking like it's starting to move into the direction of very much into the direction of Enix.
Look at Marteau. He knows he's the target, right? So not only with the Fountain and the Crucible, has his own reflex on top of that. Plus, of course, the Sigil for the heals. And, well, you can't kill him. And that's exactly what happened right there. Marteau was the target, even through a verse, even through the Ozo damage, even through the quibbles of Anna Marie. still Marteau was standing by the end of it. They get the ace, the turret, the minion mine, and well, I mean, they're basically in position here to start up Kraken if they really want. They're probably not, but the real estate is basically theirs. They have so much vision in the important areas in this map, right? They did actually just notice Big Dog and crew going into the minion mine. It's been taken back. We got, the flares. I'm not sure the flare actually sees that scout trap, but Bruticus is there. And now, again, they have all the information in the world. They go right into it. Bruticus's positioning is certainly a question, but a nice solar storm cleaves right through two of them. The Bangarang trying to get into that verse, but it doesn't happen. There goes one, and there goes the next. Big Dog gets sniped out as well, and he's not going to be living through this one very easily. The triple comes through. And it's now 14-2, and there's that Kraken now starting up.
Oh, man, that's just, you know what? They just couldn't, they did a lot of burst damage earlier, just couldn't continue with it. The burst was just not enough. And again, the Ozo manhandled perfectly. Not a good comp to go into when you've got too much crowd control to kind of block it out. We also see with the Adagio, the stuns are very effective as well. You got that Celeste that can kind of prevent that verse, in some cases prevent it. So with just one turret left, almost completely out, the Kraken's coming down the way. Forecourt, it looks like Enix Esports is looking really strong here and going to be able to push this Kraken all the way to the finish line for the victory.
Yeah, but it's game number 1, right? So again, you bounce back. You might be 7,000 gold down. We still might even mount a defense here from starting all over. But Ozo, getting the Adagio to set up for the Ozo, perfect. But Ozo into Lyra, not so perfect. Perhaps, they did actually ban out the Lance, if you recall. The Lance was the ban. Perhaps there's something about Lance and Ozo going back and forth. Bangering actually worked out well there. Bangering into grab into a verse that just did not happen right there. Might have actually been that hat trick we were looking for, Dragon, but it's all falling to pieces.
Yeah, they just couldn't execute well, and mostly because they could kind of prevent the Ozo from doing his thing, and not much Anna can do. She is picking up that heal. You saw Big Dog taking the full brute of the Solar Storm there out of Bladeheart, and that ultimately was what shaped this up to be a quick victory. 17 minutes in, and Team Enix coming out with the win. Not surprised with Ozo. You expect starting all over to play really impressively, but I think he may have bit off too much than he could chew because he just could not lock onto any of these range carries with that Ozo.
If you take out core collapse, right? You got 3 squishy targets, and Ozo picked into it, has a great gap closer, and he went into the Aftershock Storm Crown. Thinks he's a Taka, right? But that being said, it just didn't work. The crowd control was too much, the self-sustain too much, and Marteau, always the target. Didn't matter by the end of it. Aegis on top of a Crucible, 2 more shields on that. And when you're double crystal, you're not killing her no more. Like, that is just too much.
Yes, yes it is, and it was a very valiant endeavor, but I think the art of the throw still ultimately wins. The throw is complete, as the Ozo does not secure a victory for We260 for VG. This is a best of 3 though, Forecourt. They've got another shot at this. So we're gonna take a quick break, but when we return, we will be looking at game number 2 between these two teams, and I think it's safe to say it's gonna be pretty interesting to see how the draft turns out for that man. We'll be right back after this break.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for this game. For this game number 2. It's gonna be a pretty exciting matchup. Forecourt. As we get looking into this, I think it's safe to say the one thing we will not see is another Ozo.
Never say never. Starting over has boldly proclaimed, CP sucks. It's time for Weapon Ozo.
I don't know what to say. We will get into this match in just a second. So
I know what to say. To be young again. That's what I can chalk it up to.
Well, the match has started, so let's get right in without further ado. Here we go. Game number 2. We Too Sexy for Fiji going up against Team Enix. The teams are on the right spot now. And of course, with the updated score as well.
All right, so no Finn. Now, it is actually, again, going to be We Too Sexy there on the left. No Finn this time. Last time it was a ban on the Lance. Now, Enix, they actually banned out the Samuel first round. We're going to ban it out here again as well. If you want to go Ozo, now's a great time to pick up the Lyra. But they're deciding, Lyra, Adagio. The Adagio is kind of vital if you want to go with that Ozo, especially for a weapon. But Enix very likely not to let it go through, because if you put together double heals and an Ozo, well, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be getting double heals. You have to imagine they're going to find a way to keep the Adagio off Big Dog. Adagio is just so much pressure. They go with the Lance first. Do we see Marto pick up that Adagio? Surprised if we didn't see it first pick. Instead, they go with the Kestrel. And instantly, it doesn't even take a second, they immediately lock in the Adagio and then pick up the Sky. So no Ozo Forecourt. That was a final bluff that was not going to be pulled.
Well, again, it's mind games, right? Are they going the Ozo? Did they say that? They did it game number 1. Will they do it game number 2? Is this a bluff? Are we going to put ourselves into a corner, right? It's all the mental aspect here. But immediately, yeah, putting together the double heal and then a Sky on the top of that. I mean, it's very likely going to be a weapon Sky, but this is the winning combination right here. You put together the double heals, and I'm trying to remember. There was a quote from European Championships. I think it was Fuji, or Fuji was quoting a player that said, "If you can't win with this comp, then stop playing the game." Period.
I mean, this is a very strong comp, and I think the key here is that you're not seeing any really strong counters, other than you do see the Celeste, which is a great pick to go into the Adagio, but that's not an ultimately a check to the Adagio. It doesn't ultimately keep the Adagio completely in check. It does match up fairly well. So starting all over is actually playing Adagio, Big Dog playing the Sky in the jungle. So their roles have reversed. This is going to be, I think, the matchup that this team really is going to be strong at. They could have played this matchup. You saw starting all over, toggled that Sky, ultimately decided to go with this throw, and now we have this next matchup. I think this is really going to be closer to the potential that this team has.
Well, Marto on Lance, and I would like to see my early game Lances and Blaves going up into those lanes, so starting over is going to have to be very wary of that, and starting is back up into that lane, right? He's not going to be the jungle no more, so there's a lot of good things going here for We Too Sexy. Team Enix got to be a little bit more on guard. They are up 1-0, and double elimination means they're not going home if they lose, but we might actually, again, have a Game 3 here. I think we have a very strong contender here for Game 3.
I think we really do. This is a strong draft for We Too Sexy. And, with the Lance and Marto, he's known to playing a really strong Lance, but the Adagio on starting all over, he has played some phenomenal Adagio in competitive play. Does get impaled there, but the bulwark to kind of stop that engagement allows starting all over to stay there. There's the heal. The double heal on the Adagio is just going to be hard to kick out of the lane. He's going to be able to keep harassing, pushing, and allow the Sky to farm up very easily without any worries about getting ganged up in the jungle.
Well, that's only if Kestrel has to kind of come and deal with it. Kestrel versus Sky, I mean, that's going to be sort of a toss-up when it comes down to it. We actually got Bruticus now get in position, gets 1 and 2, looking for the third Glimmer shot. Nope, gets dodged out. Big Dog, though, we got boots on Bruticus. I don't see Big Dog. He's kind of out of tricks at this point. He is going to get the lock on, but that's going to be a game. So 1-0. Bruticus looking to get into the jungle. Starting over is in pursuit. Here comes Marto, and, well, very far behind that is Bladeheart, but but are we going to make this a 3v2? Marto's kind of just walking right into them. There's the core collapse, but we've already lost out the Lance. Now they're turning on to Bruticus, and the ping pong doesn't work here, Enix. Not at all.
Big mistake. They kind of split so much that We2Sexy starting all over is able to isolate one of them, and now Big Dog comes in for revenge. He takes down Bruticus. He's got to feel bittersweet about that one.
Wow. Bruticus might be bittersweet. I think it's just all sweet for Big Dog.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
All good, my friend, all good. So starting over, he's back up into that lane, 2v1, but without something to follow up these Lance Impales, you're not going to take him down, especially when Lyra gets back up here, because the double heals, if you can't kill him, you can't trade against him.
Yeah, and as Big Dog look at the amount of weapon damage, we do see, though, down goes Adagio. Celeste, again, she's very strong against the Adagio. You just have to expect that if played correctly, if that Lyra was there especially, starting all over might have not had as big of a problem. But, a little bit of slow rotation by Ana, coming up to the lane, kind of sticking with Big Dog there as they move up from on the enemy side of the jungle there. Marto doing a great job, man. His Lance is definitely no joke.
Oh, Bruticus, is he going to burn? Is he going to burn? No, he's going to live, but he doesn't take down Star. Yes, he does, because the minions are still aggroed. They trade it 1 for 1. You don't get to see that one every day.
Wow, I mean, that's actually, that's a very big deal for Bruticus. He really easily could have gone down there with Big Dog and Ana. Again, they're like a little slow to coming to the support here. If they can play together, we saw in the first game, they played really well, but when separated or were kept apart as a team, they're just not as effective. Big Dog now by himself, same situation, taking a lot of damage, but he does dodge, but moves right into the path of Bruticus. He's going to go down. Bladeheart's low, but Anna Marie can't do this on her own. She's going to have to get out of there. She's going to go down. And again, there just seems to be a disconnect on how this team is moving together. They're kind of apart most of the time, resulting in each one of them on their own getting picked off one by one.
Yeah, the synergy is a little far from what we're sort of used to here at this point, but we also got minion miners now ready for the taking, so you might see that as a priority sometime in the next little bit here. Team Enix just happy to take the Trant. They're going to be backing off. They know where starting over is. He's in that lane. He's up to 37 farm on top of that as well. So Bladeheart, he has his hands full, but at the same time, Marto and Bruticus feel free to do whatever they want in the jungle. All three are showing here in lane for We2Sexy, but they got to get a lot more damage on that turret if they want this to work.
Yeah, nice pill on Ana. They got the minions pushed up far enough for the barrier to be down, but they know there's not much more they can do. The Celeste is so quick at clearing out that wave of minions that, they're going to have to back out, move down to the jungle. It's already been pretty much cleared out on their side on the bottom half. Big Dog going to move up to the healer. And starting all over, back up to the lane to take care of this wave as it's kind of pushed close to the center of the map. This has been actually a very good game for Enix. Bladeheart and Marto and Bruticus have been playing great together. The harass has been incredible. Ana taking a lot of damage from that one-shot, one-kill. She's going to be okay. Again, the double heal is going to get her right back into this fight, and she's not going to have to get out of here yet. But now it's a 3v2. Now, finally, we do see Big Dog coming up, but not before starting all over. It takes so much damage. The fountains pop, but it's too little too late. Forecourt, this fight's really moving in the favor of Enix.
Yeah, you got to be very careful of that impaled. Second one goes through. They get that second kill on top of it. Big Dog left holding the bag there at the turret, but he's going to try to motor back into his jungle looking for those pops, but so is Bruticus and Marto, and they're going to have a vision advantage here. Big Dog, yeah, is going to actually dodge. Nice dodge there. Immediately Suri striked as soon as he saw the combo coming to him. So he actually is going to live through it, but good luck getting back to your jungle by the time it spawns.
I mean, for as far behind as it feels, We2Sexy for VG is starting to fall. Their gold lead is not too bad. It is about 1,000, just a little bit under 1,000, but it's nothing that they can't work their way out of. They've just really struggled with cohesiveness. The synergy that we talked about is just not there yet with this team. It looks like Bladeheart, Marto, and Bruticus, they've been playing a lot together, and it just shows.
Yeah, and it does. And that's what you're going to need as a team here in Challenger. If you want to get up to that top level, you need that synergy. You need to put in the time, the practice. You got to get that, game sense up here with each other. You got to be very comfortable. You got to know what your teammates are up to and how they think. And there's a lot more that go into it rather than just put 3 people together. That's why all-star games are kind of like really fun, but you don't really expect, that team to kind of match up against a fully trained team. You might be friends, but it comes down to a lot more than just playing the game.
Yeah, they do dodge. Marto going really low, almost critical health, man, down to just 10 or 20 health there. It's going to have to recall back. This leaves the lane with just Bruticus, as we see Bladeheart still creeping up. This is going to let We2Sexy4G push this turret down pretty low. They're going to have to get out of there. The Sigil able to kind of keep them moving as We2Sexy4VG does get a nice amount of damage on this turret forecourt.
Yeah, but it's still fairly healthy. It's over half at this point, and that's not the kill situation that they were hoping for. So, I mean, they're going to be very happy that they had the momentum. They pick up a little bit of counter jungle, and that's going to go a long way to evening up this gold. But now look at Bladeheart, right? Look at Marto. They're going to be very aggressively trying to push in, looking to create a bit of space for themselves.
Yeah. Bladeheart really close as he's starting to approach level 8. This is a point where he will hit a nice power spike with that range. Exactly what he needs to counter this aggressive kind of poke damage coming out of this Adagio, Lyra, and Sky. Nice Impale does land them both.
Yeah, but again, there's no follow-up here. You got to go for the kills. If you're not going to be able to do that, then you're not going to be able to trade very well. So Marto, again, root going in. Here goes the shot, but it gets blocked by Anna Marie. No one-shot, one kill for Bruticus, but he is getting some damage done. He does force out that death from above, and that was enough of a distraction to let Marto to get out of that. We don't have any globals here for We2Sexy. It's both of them here with the Celeste and that Kestrel. So Marto's going to survive. He's trying to use the Life Spring to heal on up. We're not going to get really a lot of damage on top of this turret.
Yeah, and we're seeing the advantage of this heal comp because they've already are almost full health here, and that's going to allow them to rotate down and counter jungle without really worrying about the about Enix coming down and taking them out. Oh, here's an engage though.
Yeah, really nice Githian after that bulwark. It's really struggling to get a kill. Bladeheart finally does go down to Anna Marie of all people, but Marto, he's not going to have the health to chase out Big Dog, and Bruticus very hesitant to try to get a bit more aggressive here. He's going to be a big part of the kill factor when it comes down to it, so need to have some better positioning here. Marto, though, is going to come down low. One more shot. Anna Marie, nope, has a fountain. There we go. That's the aggression we need. Bruticus able to clean up, and now he's going for Big Dog.
Yeah, but Big Dog's got a lot of damage. He's going to take out Marto. Can he connect? He gets stunned. One more shot. Well, Big Dog cleans that up and misses the Solar Storm. That was close.
Yeah, the Solar Storm a little bit higher might have made the difference, but nope, no stun here. Big Dog, he's looking for the Suri and the reposition. Bladeheart not even going to bother trying to land some Helios on him. He's able to be too mobile, and he's able to dance around a lot of that damage. So nice cleanup from Big Dog, and Bruticus, they should have just been happy with the 2. The one shot goes through, but it's not a kill.
Yeah, well, as they come together, it definitely is clear. This team plays better when they are together. If they can kind of just clean up their positioning, they're rotating together, they'll be definitely better in these team fights. Bladeheart, though, doing a great job. I mean, he just unfortunately was unable to land a single shot onto Big Dog that fight, and we just like another fight.
Yeah, he's going to combat roll away. I think if we had actually had that impale, if we had some vision on that bush, it might have been a very different story. But as it is, Marto actually opting to retreat. Then Bruticus, because that front line is not there, had to retreat as well. So I think we might have actually had a situation for a kill, but alas, it is now all and done. 2 items for the Adagio. You got that Sora Blade, looking for a little bit more here for Big Dog, but at the same time, Bruticus, I mean, he's hitting like a truck. He is Soro and Breaking Point.
Yeah, he is, but if they can kind of ice him down, they are going to get a turret. They kind of caught Enix by surprise there in the jungle. They were shopping, and so We2Sexy4G VG took advantage of that position.
I'm unfortunately leagued out, my friend.
Oh, well, that is a bad time to, because We Too Sexy for VG have just decimated. There's a triple kill. We see starting all over, cleaning it up with the Adagio. This is going to be another turret. That's an ace. You're going to see Anna Marie. She's going to go down and she's going to start this gold mine. But Forecourt, try to get back into this game. Let me know when you're back.
No, we're back. We're back. I got to see everything just kind of all happen at once, but a triple kill for starting all over there. That is not too shabby. Brings us to 9-9 with a gold mine on top of it. You're looking at 4,000 gold into your advantage. So all that talk of Ozo, I mean, it might have just been enough to throw these guys off. Again, we have very strong feelings that it's going to be that game number 3. And right now with 4,000 up and cracking in the next 2.5 minutes, it's looking good for We Too Sexy, especially if Marteau can't hit those in town.
Oh, massive miss there. I mean, probably didn't even need to go in. It didn't cost him anything, so I guess no harm, no foul. They're going to clear up this lane and start to move forward. Bladeheart got 2 tier 3 items, so, Bladeheart is going to be doing a lot of damage, but the issue is he's starting to fall behind starting all over, which is going to be really problematic, because starting all over on this Adagio has just been able to position much better as the game's gone on, and sidestep a lot of these skill shots. And Big Dog as well. And if they can avoid a lot of that damage, do some damage while Anna Marie goes in aggressive, the rest of the team is just not there to follow.
Oh, Bruticus, though, got stunned up. Death from above doing its work. It's not quite that core collapse stun on Big Dog. Instead, he's able to stick to that Bruticus. And, well, he's now dead and done for the count. Now, Marteau just kind of returns the damage with the help of the turret and a snipe. Bladeheart evens it up into a 2-2, but starting over. Still, we got the triple kill last round. He's able to make it happen with Anna Marie here. The both were not quite in time to stop the combat roll. But again, they're looking very healthy compared to Marteau. And, well, Marteau can't keep missing like that, dude. He's going to have to now run.
Yeah, one shot, one kill comes in, but it's, a little left and doesn't land on it. Starting all over, able to dodge that out. But this is the power of this double heal comp. Starting all over is already full health. I think the engagements really don't leave too much of a permanent scratch on them. But they got to be careful that when they're together as a 3-man unit, this team, We Too Sexy for VG, does very well. When they're down 2 or down a guy or down 2, they do struggle a little bit. So we got to keep an eye on that. They got to pay attention to that. Starting all over kind of can get a little too aggressive there. But they've closed this gold lead and taken the lead themselves. 3,000 actually. It's been quite a heck of a comeback here, as that early game was really difficult for them, and now we're seeing they want these fights.
Anna Marie, they read her like a book right there. Now, a little bit of a miscommunication. Marteau with the impale was great, but the core collapse came out after the Gethian wall, and now Marteau is just going to make a U-turn, not get into that death from above. Going to use the combat roll to get through it. But again, We Too Sexy for VG. 15-minute mark. There it is. If they can get any kill here, they're going to have a very free and clean Kraken. As it is, they actually have the momentum and the pushing power to even start it up right now.
Oh, yeah. I think they've got a good shot at it. You see a nice little vision control being placed by Anna Marie. She does miss that scout trap, though, in the bush. So, there's going to be a little bit of help there for We Too Sexy for VG to... Oh, no, they clear that out. So now they got complete control of the vision. And, Enix knows that they're on the back foot here. They have one game up, so losing this game won't be everything. Plus, there is the loser bracket. But the aggression and coming out of We Too Sexy for VG has just been non-stop.
Yeah, there we go. That was a little bit better there from Anna Marie. She get in there with that bulwark, split up the team. You can see Marteau down low, but Bruticus just trying to get at least a kill. Turns around, get that stone starting over, but it doesn't matter because Big Dog able to get one, look for the second, gets it as well, but dies to the turret pressure because they did go a little deep for it. You can see starting over taking some shots as he retreats, but again, a very big advantage as We Too Sexy do take the fight 2-1. It's only Bruticus now left standing. He will have the one shot available for an attempted steal, but I don't think he can contest this.
Yeah, they can. Starting all over was thinking about going for that turret dive, had to disengage once Big Dog went down. Bruticus doing a great job using his miss to kind of block out the engagements coming in from starting in Ana. But you know that the aggression has been nonstop. They feel very confident. They're up in gold now, 5,000, and they just aren't letting go of the pedal or not putting their foot off the pedal at all, and keep being aggressive. If they keep doing this and surprising Bladeheart, Bladeheart's got that ability to poke, but if you're running away, it's really hard to pull that off effectively.
Yeah, it kind of is. One shot's going to go through, so we've already got that tool out of the bag. 30 seconds until we can see that again. Anna Marie does take a little bit of damage, but uses the sigil, heals up, is down to half energy. We'll have to see if that matters. One good engage here from Anna Marie to get Big Dog into that back line. It's going to be over, and Marto again with that impale doesn't hit. Bulwark, not exactly the position that you wanted it, but Marto is signaling that retreat, and he just cannot run away from Big Dog. The target lock-on is too good, and the weapon power too much. But they do get the return kill again with the help of that turret. The snipe goes through. I don't know what Bladeheart wants to do after that. He has really no energy, but Bruticus and he, they're on two separate sides of this fight, and they cannot combine powers.
Oh, man. Bladeheart's Solar Storms have just been devastating to Big Dog. He cannot get away from them. They hit him always straight on, taking him out, and there's just very little he can do except maybe build a little bit more defense, which he has not. So that's really the issue there. He's taking a lot of damage and not being able to defend any of it. Bruticus, though, coming and stealing that healer. Nice aggression, kind of knowing and realizing that he's got a shot at taking that away. Surprising starting all over.
All right, so starting all over is still, fairly healthy here in the mid, just farming up a little bit, and, Anna Marie just letting that mana regen up. Big Dog's coming back to town. 5 deaths on this guy. He has pushed the envelope quite a bit, but he has made a lot of the kills happen there as well. Got some tier 3 boots and infusions on 5 of the 6 teammates here, all in the game. It's really just Marto, the odd man out at this point, and he just does not have the cash. Now, if they knew what we knew, and there's no Sky here, they would totally jump this 2v3. But as it is, Big Dog is now here in with the pack. They're going to run, and, well, it's either Kraken or a team fight. But either way, if they win that objective, it's game over here for Enix.
Yeah, and you actually see Enix going and recalling, and a little bit of hesitation on We Too Sexy for VG. They're not entirely sure. They end up committing to the Kraken. Bruticus staying around, kind of keeping an eye. Maybe, you've got 2 global alts that can come in and steal. They do now get caught out. They see Bladeheart takes a lot of damage. There's the engage. Bulwark comes in. The death from above. Solar Storm is already pulled, and everyone's still alive. This is definitely going in favor of We Too Sexy for VG.
Yeah, and Big Dog joining the fray over the wall with that Surrey strike. He's just been landing so many shots. The one shot, however, will clip Anna Marie. That's got to be the beginning of the end of this one. Big Dog just trying to zone out, but here comes Marto. They're looking for the impale. Doesn't happen. We got the block, and it doesn't matter a lick. It's going to be Bladeheart picking up the kill, starting over. Does not want to go that way, but he will find Bruticus, and he will get the kill. Can he actually pick up Bladeheart? She has no energy right now. We'll get 1 Helio, and now starting is still Stutter stepping forward. 1 more set. Oh, it's going to be close. Need the boots. Where's the boots? He doesn't have the tier 3 chasers. He has the tier 3 cooldowns with the Halcyon. And, well, Bladeheart will live.
Yeah, live but barely. Starting all over is going to heal up real fast. And, again, what confidence from him, knowing on this Adagio that he could handle this. Barely missing the stun from that Kestrel. He's going to take a lot of damage from Marto, but he's just not going to stop farming and then deal with Marto accordingly.
Yeah, to find a lot of damage. This is a lot more potent right now coming in here with Bladeheart, but it looks like he has that reflex. The snipe comes through. Now we're in trouble. Marto in the root. Finally, it does happen. And there we go. Persistence pays off. Enix to get the kill. That is now 40 seconds without that Adagio. We need to make something happen here for Enix if they want to take more control of this game.
Yeah, this is their one shot to finally take control with a Kraken. They are going to start it up. But We Too Sexy for VG knows that they're there. They're going to just kind of wait patiently. They don't even need to take this Kraken. They've got so much pressure and advantage right now. They just need to be smart, not risk it, not giving them the ace. Looks like the Kraken is going to go over, so they're just going to ultimately pull back here, take the high ground, push this lane of minions, and retreat. Starting all over, coming up on the Adagio in just a few more seconds.
Yeah, so 4 seconds. Yeah, he'll be here for the defense. Now, it is something to note. We have full turrets now still standing here for V2 They might have the gold lead, but they're about to lose at least one of these, hopefully two, if Enix has anything to say with it, maybe even a little bit more. One shot's going to go through, does clip the big dog, and he's just going to have to stay a little bit more in the back. We need to get some sigil healing here from Anna Marie, but death from above will not hit Bladeheart or Bruticus. They're still marching forward with this Kraken. And starting over, they're trying to spread out and get as much damage into this Kraken as they can. Marto, though, gets the root. Stun. Big Dog, is he going to actually survive this? Snipe
again!
through the Solar Storm is good. And, well, that's 2 turrets, and now we're looking for something more.
Those Solar Storms have been connecting on Big Dog every single time, and almost every single time taking them out. And it's just been non-stop harassment by this Celeste, and she's been able to do a great job at countering this very, very difficult to take out heal comp. The burst is strong, but you see finally a first burst of judgment we've seen all game, but it's the wrong call because starting all over does go down, and here comes the Kraken is still pushing. Forecourt, they are looking to end.
Yeah, but Big Dog is back up. The death reduction on the cooldown there. Every time a turret does go down, it does mean that Big Dog is now back up. Marteau very likely to drop, but the rest of the team will be okay. Kraken very nearly takes 5 turrets in its run. Definitely took 4, and, well, the gold lead has all but evaporated. It's down to 1,000 between the teams.
Oh, man, what a turnaround. Enix, they've got to feel great. That is one heck of a Kraken push. And it all came around just the play style of this team to not play together, to not be coordinated, to kind of allow themselves to get picked off here and there, starting all over, going down without his team, and then being down for so long, allowing that Kraken to be taken. And there's just nothing that his teammates could have done. They had to really just back away from that. And that's ultimately been the story of the game, is when they play together, they're very, very strong. But when they're separated, they take off. They try to take on too much, more than they can handle. So right now, although the gold lead is still in favor of We Too Sexy, you definitely have to imagine that they're the Enix feeling very good about their position.
3 items here on Adagio, 2 offensive, the Aegis, and a Shiver Steel for Big Dog. But Anna Marie also adding a little bit of weight there, has that Atlas Pauldron to go with her own Shiver Steel. Marto at the same time, Shiver Steel's aplenty. Bruticus, 3 items, looking into that Aegis, actually has that Aegis and infusions there as well. It's all going to come down to this perhaps here, Dragon, because Anna Marie is done. The snipe goes through. We're not going to get Marto and that Impale, but where is Sky? She's running for it. Big Dog and Bruticus, they're going to try to go mano a mano. Bruticus is going to find the dog. He wasn't really paying too much attention, and 1 and 2, we clean through, and Enix is going to take it 2-0.
Wow, they take off easily, one of the more exciting teams to watch. We Too Sexy goes down. This is a 2-0 victory. It was not easy, but man, this is it, and they get to move on. They've got to feel great about winning this matchup.
We Too Sexy for VG, going to be calling GG. They actually, again, 2-0. Impressive stuff. Going to go back to that quote, if you can't make double healers work, nothing wrong, but, a lot of it was just overextension at the time. Big Dog, right? How many times did he go diving? He got the kills, but he also died quite a bit. 8 deaths overall, and the big part of that is Bladeheart and those solar snipes.
Yeah, just too much aggression. And also allowing themselves to start picking fights or trying to get fights when they didn't have to. They had this game. They looked really strong. They had a huge gold lead, and they just let it go away by sticking around where they shouldn't have, and not being a little bit more cautious of the fact that even with this lead, they were going up against a team that, when they can catch you out, can still take you out. And they learned that lesson. The 2-0 loss, it's got to feel bad for We Too Sexy.
Yeah, it's feeling bad is definitely the way to put it. I think that they had all the advantages there. Yeah, the first game was a bit of a throwaway with the Ozo, but very exciting game number 2. Very excited to see where they do go. I have a suspicion we will see them again, Dragon.
I do too. They're going down to the loser bracket. If you're down in the loser bracket, that's not a team that you want to have to match up against. They are definitely still very, very strong. And Speaking of brackets, we are going to take a quick look to see where we are at. As we get started, we're going to be taking a break in a few moments, but before we do, forecourt with Enforcers, they're actually with that win over Mutiny are matching up against Team Parallel. Noble Pro is waiting for they're matching up against Team Parallel very soon here in this third round. Noble Pro is waiting for their team to come out, but we actually have with Enix's victory, they have moved on into that final coveted spot into the round of 4, which we'll be covering a little bit more. And Impact Exodus is they are also in the round of 3, so we're starting to see this winner bracket really shape up, and we'll get you guys some information on the loser bracket in just a moment. But before we do, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll update you guys on the next matchups and get us ready for the next game.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, we are getting back here as we take a look at the bracket one more time. This is the winner bracket, and again, this is Group A. Group A is the first group to be competing this week only, and then Group B will be competing next week. A whole nother set of 32 teams, 64 in total. But as we get ready for the next matchup, we are looking to try to get one more set up for you guys for tonight. We do want to just take a quick moment to tell everybody about how amazing it's been being able to provide this VIS league for you guys, the viewers. This is a community-based league, and we really appreciate your support. So one of the things you guys could do to help show that support is hit the subscribe button. We've got some cool emotes. You guys will be able to bask in some cool features coming up, and show your support for the community and for this league as we bring you guys these streams every single week here during this season. So appreciate the support. You guys coming out is really awesome, and we couldn't do it without you. And with that forecourt, let's start breaking down where we are now and start looking ahead towards what hopefully will be the next matchup. One of the matchups that potentially could be it is Enforcers versus Parallel, and that's a very exciting matchup. Both teams looking very strong.
Well, Enforcers have been here before, so have Parallel. Both teams have actually made it into top 4 situations. Trying to remember, I'm fairly confident Parallel did make it into top 3 last split. They just didn't make it into Evil 8.
Yeah, it's exactly. They made it a couple times in the top 3. I think they actually missed out on the challenger battles, although maybe they did make it in. It definitely was very, very close. They were being very, very well. They just couldn't make it into the Evil 8, as you said.
They're definitely a top 4 team. Like, they've been here, they've gone through the gauntlet, they know what to expect. These are guys that have played together for weeks at this point now. So, I mean, Enforcers and Parallel, that's hard to call right there, Dragon.
It really is, yeah. It's going to be a close matchup, so we're looking to see where that is at right now as we get ready. They could be actually underway. We're looking to try to set up one of the other matches for you guys in just a few minutes.
Just to build upon one of your earlier points, though, I mean, it is a bit of a switch, this split, right? In the last split, what we did for Evil 8 Summer was it was between VIS and VGL, and they kind of like flip-flop back and forth. This time, we're just all straight NA. It is every week. It's every Tuesday, every Wednesday, unless there's a challenge battle going on, right? But after every Evil 8 broadcast on the weekend, there will be an NA broadcast here on VIS for VIS64. So it's no more longer flip-flopping. You don't have to guess which one it is. If you want to watch NA, this is your home base to do it. So, hit those buttons, hit the follow, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you're on track so that when we go live, you know exactly where to go.
Yeah, exactly. And that consistency is great. I mean, we really are proud of the kind of content we've been able to bring to the community. And so North America, the road to the Evil 8 runs through VIS in the NA. And this is where you're going to see these young rising teams first every single week here for the entirety of this season, as well as the challenge battles. So you guys are definitely going to tune in every week. It's going to be Tuesday, Wednesdays, pretty standard time and schedules every single day at 5 p.m. Pacific. So as we get ready for the next matchup, make sure you guys just mark your calendar for next week because it'll be greatly appreciated. So looks like we have another. It looks like we're actually going to be jumping to the loser bracket here, Forecourt.
I'm okay with that, especially if it is going to be the team that I think it is.
We're going to wait for confirmation.
As a note, have I been going robot at all?
A few times here and there, just very minor. It's not as bad as it was earlier in the stream, Forecourt.
My mobile hotspot died at some point and my Wi-Fi kicked in. I don't know when, but can't win, man. Just can't win.
Yeah, we are going to take a few more seconds to confirm the next matchup. For you guys here, so we don't want to get that underway until we get confirmation here for court. So in just a few moments, but it does look like nothing much has changed in the brackets. It's kind of starting to complete itself here, and this 32 teams winding their way down to this. What we're going to potentially see is the top 8. You've got the top 4 teams in the winner bracket, and then you're going to, of course, have these top 4 teams in the loser bracket, making their way and then trying to get their way back into this top 8 team. There's only going to be 8 total teams when we get to week 3. So both brackets, Group A and Group B, have to kind of work their way down to those top 4 teams on each group. So it's going to be a long week, a long day today, and then of course tomorrow we pick it right back up with the next 8 teams to figure out who ultimately will make it to that week number 3.
Some guy in band invited me to their group. It was like, oh, I wonder if that's their sponsor. Nope, it totally wasn't. I just, for some reason, I had Ben, Ken, and Sam in my head when I saw that.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, down to the wire, down to the top 4 situation. We will find out who will be the king of the split tomorrow. So it's going to be more great action. I'll be here. You'll be here. Do we know who else is going to be here?
Yes. Actually, I can pull that up for you real quick. I will be here, of course, as always, and I do believe it is Tasty Bacon joining us at the helm to kind of help take over the casting duties from me. Much appreciated to him on.
I hear you guys had a really good weekend in New York.
We did. You know what? The VIS All-Star match was phenomenal. For everyone who came out to New York City to watch it, it was a lot of fun. Hopefully none of you that were out in the New York City area weren't able to attend, or hopefully you guys, if you were in the New York City area, were able to attend, as it was a lot of fun and it was great to meet a lot of people. Over 65 people there, or 60-some people there, pretty close to 70, not including the professional players. So it was a good turnout. It was definitely exciting, and hopefully more events like that are in the works.
Well, we do thank you for all your efforts to bring more great Vainglory to the masses here. And I mean, again, I hear good things about the New York. How did you guys facilitate like the All-Stars with the Evil 8? Like I have to assume you guys played around the Evil 8 games.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the Evil 8 took place right after. It was pretty tight. but it ended up working out okay. So
Well, you guys are wizards to make it all happen. I wouldn't want to be kind of organizing that myself, but you did well. You had a good time. Now we're
thanks, for
having
it.
even, better games here. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm trying to get the next matchup set up. We're just a few more minutes until. Do apologize for the delay, everybody, as we
Yeah, I
are
mean,
just moments away.
we got a lot of matches to choose from. We just got to make sure we can get into the match. Uh,
That's
for
the
a lot
thing.
of people, like a lot of the time, when tournaments have to delay, you just get people in chat that just like, get in the game, start the games. Like, if it was that easy, I think we would just do that. So patience is definitely appreciated from a lot of you guys.
The big difference here to mention is that the 32 round is 32 teams playing, and then the round of 16 is actually 32 teams playing because you have 16 in the winner and 16 in the loser. So it's not until this third round that teams actually start to get knocked out. So it's very important to note that will take a few seconds here to just go give you guys some updates on some of the results in the loser bracket, and we do actually have some. For instance, Team VIS is the first team I have here to actually officially get knocked out. They get completely knocked out, and they will be pushing. That is Team Chaotic going up against OMG Nexus. But short of that, there's been very little updates on the loser bracket, so we've definitely had to sit back and wait as all these games are happening simultaneously.
Well, worst comes to worst, we just will have to end the broadcast. But yeah, we are working very hard to get you guys another game. I know that the number 1 versus 64 sort of shook out as expected. There's definitely a lot of talk about following Winions. Where did they end up right now here, Dragon?
Winions, they did get knocked down. They are actually waiting to play in the loser bracket. So take a quick look here and see they
They're here somewhere, them wascally wabbits.
we haven't gotten the results from their match against Noble Pro. It's one of the few round 2 matches that have been no updates on. So we're still waiting for word there. We are moderators working tirelessly to get all of this together.
I load in Twitch chat and it's just people asking for us to start the game. Yeah, I mean, I kind of called it a little bit there.
Yes, just a little bit.
But if they're still in round 2, we're definitely a little bit behind the times. It is now it's 11:15 here Eastern. Typically we wrap up, about 4 hours or so of games. It should be more or less 4 rounds. But if they're still in 2, well, as I said, they're a bit behind the ball when it comes down to it. I am getting to look at the brackets now here though, and Synergy Deicide. It's interesting because the word Deicide, actually, I've only ever seen it used once in anything, and that's in Smite. So I'm kind of curious what Synergy Deicide is, if they have previous MOBA experience in other realms.
All right, forecourt. Well, actually, just one quick update. We did update that Noble Pro did beat United, so they will be moving. They will be moving into the next round as well. We're still waiting for confirmation on which match we're going to be able to get ourselves into.
So Noble's actually already into what I guess
Round
semifinals.
3. No. So there is
Quarterfinals.
going to be the semifinals will be taking place tomorrow with the top 8 teams, or quarterfinals actually. Top 8 teams going in tomorrow. 4 from the winner bracket and 4 from the loser.
Right. Okay. So Noble's out because they already beat out OMG United. We can't get into Enforcers in parallel at all.
We are looking to do that right now,
because that's probably the closest game that we're going to see. Enix has already moved on. We know that. Impact Exodus, just again, don't know who they're going to get. So, well, rather dicey to try to get some of this rolling, but I have faith in our mods. They know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
We do actually have word that Terminal versus Enix. So that means Terminal beats Synergy Deicide and Impact Exodius?
In here.
But wouldn't that be tomorrow's game?
Well, all of round 3 will be completed today. It's round 4 that
Okay.
round 4 is the rounds that we will not be streaming today.
Well, hey, if we can get into it, let's get into it then.
All right, just a few more moments, everybody. We will take a quick break, and when we return, hopefully we'll have this sorted out and get this into this matchup. So until then, don't go anywhere. We will be back for the last matchup of tonight, finishing out round number 3. So don't worry, we'll be right back, everybody, in just a few moments.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
All right, we are back here getting ready for this matchup. Still waiting for confirmation on which team it will be in just a moment. So we do apologize to all the viewers. We wait for this final game to take place here, waiting to get into this matchup. Couple of teams though that it could potentially be. There's not too many, but some of the big ones are, of course, Team Enforcers is going up against Team Parallels right now. Noble Pro, looks like OMG United actually lost, so Legendaries Az is going up against Noble Pro. We do have Team Enix going up against, actually they moved on to the final round, so they'll move on to 4th round. We're waiting to see if one of the teams from Synergy or Terminal, it looks like Terminal might be making their way, and they actually beat out Impact Exodus, possibly moving on to play Enix, so we'll find out in just a little bit. But forecourt, yeah, we're just sitting here tight, waiting for the news to hit us to see where we will be going next. But it's been a very busy day so far. The 64 teams now play in Challengers 32 this week. It's definitely a lot of matches going on. And forecourt, definitely taking a quick break here while we get ready for this final matchup. But take you guys back to the bracket. Take a look at where we are. Nothing has really changed this far, as we're still waiting. And yeah, just in here trying to hopefully get into a match soon. I think one of the biggest surprises really has to see We Too Sexy falling to Enix. Enix, of course, they were a very strong team, but a lot of people had a lot of anticipation for what starting all over Big Dog and Anna could do together. Again, a lot of potential there. But Enix looking really good. That matchup was definitely an exciting one to see, going all the way down to the wire for that second game. And having Enix go into the 4th round, they've got to feel really great. But with We Too Sexy dropping down, they do drop down to the loser bracket of the 3rd round. And that is going to be interesting to see who they match up against. It's going to be a tough team to go against in the losing bracket. But another big surprise really is OMG United kind of surprising everybody, coming out pushing. Of course, they did face up against Legendaries which was a much lower seed, but was one of the upsets today, going up against Team God Eaters and beating them. I guess not surprising. OMG United slightly higher ranked than Legendary as.
Do these guys know that we're going to be coming into their game?
That is Forecourt. That is a great question. It looks like there is just a little bit of communication. We'll see.
Okay. Well, while we wait for him, I have now totally acclimatized myself here to the brackets. So the first lines of the round of 64, 32, 16, 8. So as you said, like all the rounds have to get played out today. I totally understand that now.
Right. And that's so that we can make it into tomorrow, which will be the final 8 teams, I believe.
Yes, because that would be round of 4 tomorrow would be round of 8 would be the quarters. Round of 4 would be semis. So semi, third place, finals.
Oh, okay. So then we're getting all the way through the 4th round.
At least that's my understanding of it. I might be wrong, but I had nothing to do while I was trying to swap over my mic again.
All right. Well, we're still waiting for confirmation of which teams we will be getting into and which matchups.
Whew. I can tell you though that the Evo 8 this week, Velocity kind of coming out on top again. Man, that was certainly some things. How did because TSM had Flash in New York, didn't they?
Yes, they did, and it didn't seem to be a problem at first. But that was for the one day. Of course, they were still there going into the second day for the semifinals. Day 1 was actually the day of the VIS All Stars, and it worked out pretty well. They were able to get a hold of pretty fast internet. It's just really Hammer's Velocity has shown that they are a team that just continues to win time and time again, and doesn't matter who they put in support. Seeing Pon the original play now over Aloha was is actually, I've gotten word, is actually taking a break, not playing competitive Vainglory at this moment. So you see Pon the original filling in, and Yenzio and Pon the original was that dynamic duo we saw play outside of the Evil 8, but still playing really competitively, really, really strong, and it seems like it's moved into the Evil 8 just fine.
Yeah, I heard a lot about the Hammers, just kind of scrimming each other a lot, playing ranked a lot, all with each other. And when we did our interviews with Kinetic and Velocity, there's definitely a little bit of jovial banter that, not quite said to the faces of each other, but when we went into it, both teams are very confident on beating each other, which is kind of funny because we actually had that in Europe as well. We had 2 teams that we sat down, separate interviews that said, oh yeah, our win rate against them is 100%. Well, if both teams tell us that, obviously something is not quite right. So, I mean, when you know these teams well enough like that, having a little bit of a swap, but it's because they've played so much, it helps ease into the transition.
Yeah, exactly. And this has definitely been something that Hammers has been able to do quite well. And, winning it all, undefeated, not losing a single game in that first week is not surprising that they'd be strong, but surprising that they could do it so dominantly, especially against the reigning champions, Team Solo Mid. But then again, of course, Flash X was playing from afar. Maybe that caused some issues. Traveling can get tiring when you're a competitive player.
I know that.
And so that is man, Evil 8 shaping up to be an exciting season thus far, and there's so much on the line. That being said, TSM and Velocity, these are the 2 top teams right now in North America. Both teams have qualified. They really have nothing to lose this season, and yet they still show how strong they are.
Money, money, money. There's still a pot in this.
That's true. That's true, but
you don't get ahead as an organization by throwing stuff like that.
But this pot pales in comparison to what is ultimately the ultimate prize, Worlds, $120,000 total in prizes. This is going to be probably the most impressive Vainglory tournament ever. There's nothing that's going to get even probably close to it that I can think of. in the past year. This is even VIPL, I don't believe even got close to that kind of cash prize.
No, the conversion rate was like 15 grand for first place.
Right. So we're seeing what is going to be the most exciting, highest paid out tournament. Also, at a location that is just phenomenal. The TCL Chinese Theater is an incredible place. If anyone's ever been to Hollywood and seen it, it's historical on so many levels, and it's huge. They have a very large venue for potentially could be a very large crowd.
Now, I actually had to Google this Chinese theater. When I heard the announcement, it's like the Chinese theater is apparently like right around the corner of the Hollywood venue. It's like, I've never heard of it. And people just looked at me as like, you've never heard of the Chinese theater? It's like, no. It looks spectacular. Oh my gosh. Like Googling the images. Whew.
Well,
it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, it's really an incredible location because this historically has been the center of a lot of very important movies openings. Like we've seen Star Wars originally opened, all three movies, the original Star Wars trilogy opened up in this theater, and so it has a lot of significance. And I think for anybody who's followed, that kind of history, very familiar with it. Well, it looks like we do have a match, by the way, everybody. Finally, as we get started, we are going to be taking a stroll down to the loser bracket as Beta Instinct goes up against Cheek Clappers, and it looks like we are ready to start.
Cheeky lads, those cheek clappers. But Beta Instinct reminds me of Killer Instinct. You ever play that as a kid?
I did. Both my buddies got one of the big boxes of Killer Instinct. They were a pretty famous arcade game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so, well, let's see if they have the Killer Instinct here for Beta, because they're going to be there on the right, the Clappers there on to the left, and we're going to have no Lyra here. So if no Lyra, are we going to see a Samuel ban? This will be, I think, the first game without one.
It'd be interesting. Lyra goes first, and then it looks like Taka. So yeah, I mean, we are very close to having Samuel in this game. Oh, and it looks like we spoke too soon.
It's always the bait, because you never comment on it until it's actually locked in. So, Adagio kind of first pick, you think? We still got Finn with Lyra out. I don't quite think there's going to be a support, really, as a first pick. But, well, might have to eat those words. Lance is the priority. And from there, looks like, maybe even a Finn. Finn into the Kestrel. It's actually a pretty nice dynamic duel. It's not quite the Adagios I was expecting, though, Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, we do see, of course, a Baron being teased here. We haven't seen any Barons successfully played in the competitive scene. A hero that...
Yeah, they haven't had a win, yeah.
Yeah, haven't had a win. So we'll see how it goes. Wow, Commander Rob does pick up that Baron. And now we see, of course, rounding out with the Alpha. Wow.
Oh, okay. So laning Baron? Laning Crystal Baron, maybe?
Yeah. This is going to be probably a lane. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lane Baron. And I can't imagine seeing an Alpha in the lane. That would be very challenging. We do see Batman does go swap out that Alpha.
Into a Kestrel. Not Kestrel. We have a Kestrel. Koshka. Koshka, Kestrel, and the Finn. That's going to be an interesting matchup.
It is indeed. We're getting into this game and getting started. I mean, we could see a Koshka in the lane forecourt and with a Kestrel in the jungle.
I think that would be a little strange, personally, but I mean, the age of melee laners have kind of come and gone. And with a Crystal Bit, I'm not entirely too sure we're going to see that happen. So I think Drunami is going to be off into the jungle. Looks like Seb's the cat jumping animation and that flipper stuff from Seb's really just freaked me out right there. But yeah, it will be Kestrel in lane. It is going to be Commander Rob there with that Baron as well. He has a Weapon Blade to start. And, well, Batman actually has himself a Crystal Bit. So could be that reverse of what we just called.
Yeah, it could be. Weapon Baron, it's something we've seen a little bit of, does have a lot more sustain. Definitely a lot of players I've talked to prefer the Red Baron over the blue. And of course, we do see the Kestrel in the lane, no surprise. But you know what? Going into the Baron, it's actually really nice to see this Koshka, because Baron, it can be very, very weak. He's so slow that once you lock on him and start to burst him down, he really has very few options of escaping. He does got to jump, but it's kind of slow. Doesn't allow him to get out immediately, and oftentimes results in him just kind of getting stuck there.
Well, we're going to have to keep an eye on those last hits for now. If Koshka comes up to lane, it's not the worst for him, because as you said, he has those jump jets. But if we had like a Lance or a Glaive on the other side, I'd be a lot more concerned for him. For now, look at the push parties. Yeah, they don't know which one's who wants to move here. Catalyst actually only gets that Githyan on top of Jurnami, of course, and it's not going to actually move that Finn. But Jurnami's so close. Is he going to go for it? Ew, he turned back. He could have got that kill, I think.
Yeah, but the farm's just so much more valuable. They're able to clear out the entire backside of their enemy's jungle. And so Beta Instinct now, that was the right call. Ignoring you don't need the kill, you don't need to be that aggressive, just go in, get that farm, get that advantage in gold, and start focusing on the next objective.
Yeah, and Batman, he's not going to get this Treant either, because Sebs went down and soloed it all out. So a little bit of extra cash is going to go over to Beta Instinct here, and so far doing very well here early on. The last hits are definitely there. You're looking at 18 there for Sibs in lane, only 11 for Rob, 5 to Batman, as Jurnami is again kind of clean through the jungle. Now Commander Rob is in a little bit of not trouble, but pressure coming out from, I'm just going to call him Junior.
Yeah, Junior is does a good job, lands that quibble. Baron's going to have to just keep it back a little bit. He can't engage too much. You see a minion candy coming out and kind of just making these minions a little tanky, kind of more of an annoyance, I think, for Commander Rob, as there is no engage. Than anything. Keeps him probably up in the lane just a little bit longer. And, of course, Jurnami able to go and continue to pressure the backs here. They're taking up these healer minions and then really just pushing Batman out of his jungle.
Batman not getting that farm. He was actually just pushed out by Jurnami, as you did say. So a little bit of damage from him as he tries to go in. Unfortunately, Junior just soaks it all up. He doesn't really look that worse for wear at this point. Here comes Kestrel, getting some glimmers and getting that polite company in. That's Jurnami sinking his claws into first blood.
Yeah, and you know what? That's a nice first blood indeed. Allows him to continue to rotate. I mean, getting that kill at that time, the backs aren't up yet, though, but they will be pretty soon.
So close. Coming down to the wire on that. Sebs almost gets the kill, but Junior's down here, and he's about to start up these backs. The problem is that Catalyst and Batman, they don't really have the health, I think, to do much about this. That being said, here comes Commander Rob. So if he's going to jump jet in, well, gonna jump jet somewhere. It wasn't exactly in. Jurnami, though, turns right back around, gets some damage, some really nice damage, misses out all the Porcupine mortars, and well, there's Kester to clean up Rob into the back. No support for him. Jurnami will drop, but a quibble. And from Junior, it's not enough for a kill, but come on, Sebs, you can clean this up. Gets one, and yeah, there goes Batman. Yes, even through the Githyan. Doesn't matter. Triple kill for Sebs.
No ace, but gotta feel good about that. Look, the vision control's looking strong. They've got a strong gold advantage. Now Seb's going to be able to go up to the lane and push this minion wave forward without any harass. And you already see Jurnami. He's already up, going back and taking his backside of the jungle. Their gold advantage is starting to swell, and this is looking very good for Beta Instinct.
Yeah, so far so good here early on. Commander Rob's in his last hits, unfortunately not stacking up to Seb's, and with those kills, Seb's gotta be flush with cash at this point. 800, and he's well, I mean, I think he's about what, 500 or so off from picking up that Sorrow. He's gonna have it by the 6-minute mark, which is pretty good timing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, this is a problem that's going to be for Baron. Sebs is going to be able to lock onto him pretty easy, snipe him. Kosh is going to be able to jump onto him. He's going to have a hard time. The Alpha, if had some potential, but is dropping pretty easily. You see him fall right there. The Baron's not able to do enough damage because he's so far behind. Down goes the Catalyst, and again, it looks like Beta Instinct. They've got a strong early game here so far in game number 1 of this series.
Yeah, they're not gonna get away from Akashka, not when she's that close to you. Batman is actually going into that aftershock sometime this game, but I mean, with the double, I mean, look how defensive they've all gone. They all have shields, light shields, kinetic shields, right? Seb's gonna have a field day at this rate.
Yes, he is, and you know what? That's really where this, if you don't counter against this aggressive weapon, Kestrel, you're going to be really hurting because it just does so much damage and scales so well.
Junior just, again, chasing off the clappers here. Junami able to pick up that Treant. No problem.
Nice pickup. Definitely what you kind of need to do if you want to start keeping this team at bay, basically preventing them from stealing your farm continuously. But Junami, super aggressive, going in on the Catalyst, focusing the support, but it's a 3v2 now.
Yeah, and Catalyst just not going to live. We got a Shatter Glass right before that engage. So Junami, top form, 2 easy kills right there. Junior's actually going to try to bring down Commander Rob. Would have been interesting if he got a mid-jump jet, but the Commander will live through it. The rest of his teammates, unfortunately, will not, and they are down 3,000 gold and more as this gold mine's about to pop.
Yeah, Ion Cannon wasn't able to do anything in that fight, where you did see Commander Rob trying to do something. He does put a little bit of damage on him during that point, but now he's up in the lane, just trying to keep it. Oh, but he gets sniped! Oh! Whoa, 1 shot, 1 kill, forecourt.
Is this Wizard Sibs' ult? that was pretty good there from Sebs. 1-1-2-2. And he didn't quite get 3 kills out of it, but he is pushing forward. Catalyst, tried to return some damage, got stunned for his trouble, and Sibs again really on point with these last hits. 73 and counting. A lot of cash. Has that Sora Blade, probably getting into that breaking point as quick as he can. He doesn't really have to worry about armor penetration when the enemy team isn't building armor. Exactly.
He's got to be pretty close to picking up that breaking point here soon. Few more minutes, and that's going to be at the 8 or 9 minute mark. That's going to be a really very powerful Kestrel. It's going to be doing an insane amount of damage. Of course, at level 6 now, Junior's got his Force to Core. He's being very patient, but this could be a big time engagement from Beta Instinct.
Yep, nice route into the double stun cloud. Didn't actually quite get Commander Rob out of it, but I mean, the Lance, as you can see, he evaporated. There goes Commander Rob, a shot from Sebs to get it happening, and Batman tried to get the stun on the Finn. Well, it worked. At least he got the kill on the Finn. He did blow up, but, well, died in the process.
Yeah, 2 turrets going to Beta Instinct. That's a nice swing in objectives and gold. They're going to keep pushing this minions. Ace buff minions are going to even push to this 3rd turret, as this is going to allow them the amount of time they need to kind of go through this jungle. Clear out the backs. Junami again picking up these back junglers. Probably for like, the 4th or 5th time. And the gold lead now almost 7,000. 6,000 gold lead. 6,000 or 7,000 gold lead in favor of Beta Instinct. This game is very much snowballing against these cheek clappers.
just the way you said that.
I had to pause for a second before.
Yeah, you pause should I say it? I'm gonna say it. Cheek clappers. I mean, they got a little bit of defensive vision going on in their jungle. They're kind of getting tired of getting surprised by the roam and the jungle pressure. But 12 kills up and nearly 10,000 gold. This is probably the earliest and highest lead we've seen from matchups today.
It is really, really dominant play by Beta. They are doing everything right. This first matchup, of course, this is a best of 3. Oh, they do pull in Bat Wang. He takes a lot of damage. And Batman, I'm sorry, Batman.
Bat Wang.
My apologies, that's definitely incorrect.
You're the best dragon.
No, the worst. Batman takes a lot. And they probably thought about this would be great if a caster totally mispronounced our name. It's gonna be a dragon.
They got us so good right there. We fell into their trap.
Only dragon.
Only dragon.
All right, it looks like they're just gonna clear these. They clear this jungle, get this gold mine, and keep pushing this gold lead.
Yeah, they're going to be hitting that 10,000 mark here fairly soon. They still got their choke point turret, but the clappers are definitely losing out on real estate when it comes to the fold. They've actually even lost out their minion mine. I mean, they should actually have enough confidence to go grab it, especially since they do have vision, so they will be able to see if somebody comes down. That would be a nice little cash infusion, 150 gold plus the assist for it, and hopefully that's about what they're going to go do now. But 11 minutes in and being down 8 to 10,000 gold or so, it's pretty brutal.
Oh yeah, it really is. Although if you're Beta Instinct, you got to feel pretty good about being up this far. Vision looks fantastic. And now Cheek Clappers, they're just going to sit in their backside of the jungle, kind of clear out this farm and move back up to the lane. A little bit of a recall too. They don't want to risk any engagement. That's how far behind they are.
Batwang still gets me. All right, 13-3 as they continue to move in. The Clappers don't really have too much to do at this point. They're trying to turtle up as best they can, get what little farm they got available to them. But when it comes to the items, we got one item here on Catalyst, and that's the Fountain. We do got that Sorrow Blade for Rob, and, well, we've had the Aftershock for a bit, but struggling to hit that second item for Batman. So,
an Impull.
Yeah, and that's the combo. Pull into the active camo. Yeah, your turtling days are going to be numbered at this rate.
Yeah, now they're just going to let them push, even with the Baron. Although the Baron doing a lot of damage on Junami, it's actually going to push them back. And that's a great sign of life into Cheek Clappers there, because they've been struggling. They still actually have a decent amount of vision on their side of the jungle, too. So they've definitely made sure that they're not backing down here. They're not going to roll over easily. But it's going to be very, very tough. Almost a 10,000 gold lead for Court. To kind of pull out of that deficit is going to take a lot of patience.
Now, we did just pick up our next set of items, 12-minute mark, and we're sitting here at 2 items apiece. Broken Myth and the Aftershock for Batman. Commander Rob now has that breaking point to go with the Sorrow Blade, so I'll speed up those auto attacks a little bit. So we're hitting a little bit more powerful here. The Cheek Clappers, though, I mean, they need to get some kind of engage, right? And it can't be on top of Finn. You got to use those roots to set up something here from Lance, but getting through Finn has been very difficult for them.
It is. Looks like they're going to come down here, clear a little bit of this vision, but Drunami jumps onto Catalyst, and it's Junior Drunami. It's actually a 2v3. It's kind of dangerous. Ion Cannon comes down, and now it's a 3v3 as Seb shows up.
Yeah, and Alpha didn't exactly hit that Prime Directive, and he's probably not going to hit this Termination Protocol. They did get a kill. Junami did drop, but it's a 3-for-1. Seb's coming in with the flank. The Calvary was here, and, well, that's going to be the cleanup. 13 minutes in, a gold mine to add to it. We are now going to pass that 10,000 gold mark, and the base buff minions might even get a turret for their trouble.
Oh, one shot, one kill to help finish it off. Nice heads up by Sebs to kind of identify that he could just kind of help that along. Those minions are going to push into that sanctuary, push up to the crystal, and it looks like this could be, as we approach the 15-minute mark, the final farm clearing from Beta Instinct as they get ready to try to look at closing out this game.
You had a perfect opportunity to go the final countdown. The final countdown.
Oh my goodness! Well, I'm just avoiding any very cheesy cliches.
You have much to learn from Humanist. Yes,
I do. Mostly because I'm just fearful of a complete blunder.
Fearful of Batwang.
Yeah,
everybody's
very fearful.
He's, I mean, overall, Batman there. On this alpha, we don't get to see a lot of alpha these days. Unfortunately, he has fallen rather far behind. Crystal Alpha can pack quite the punch, but this far down, I'm not going to be making really any kind of overtures into it. It's just, bad early game and there's no real recovery here, I don't think, available to the Clappers. If they don't just lose here, I think they're going to lose to the Kraken. So, Porcupine, Ion, didn't exactly hit right there. Sebs actually does have that cloud up. Doesn't matter. Doesn't need it throughout those the Glyphians. And that's going to be it for the Baron there as well. So, I mean, Sebs and Junami, they got the damage to make this work. And again, 15 minutes in, even if they don't win there, they got a Kraken now. And I think that will be the end for the Clappers.
Oh, this might be their last hurrah in this match. Although this is only game 1, there will be, of course, another game here. But this is the loser bracket, and so if you go down this series, you are out for good. Beta Instinct doesn't want to go down, so they're doing their best here to try to get this Kraken. But if Batman doesn't want to have anything to do with it, maybe a little too soon though. Termination protocol goes off.
For Gotham! Nope. Finn just said lol. Now come on, Catalyst, jump in, get the kill. Doesn't matter, we got the ace buff. Time to run the other way. Porcupine mortars to cover. Actually might keep Catalyst US alive, unless Junior has anything to say about it. I don't think he can catch up though. Finn is rather slow.
But with a Kraken coming down, this is going to be a game-winning push for Beta Instinct. Still 8 more seconds before Alpha's even up, and they have already started to put work into this first turret.
And, I mean, the more work that they do now, it doesn't even matter. You could ace them here, but if they take down a turret and it's only Kraken left, well, could be game as we say it again. Another hook into Kestrel combo. Doesn't matter how many get-in walls or combat rolls you have. You got to get out of that one shot, and it just didn't happen. Sebs is going to take some pretty hefty damage here, especially with those Porcupine mortars lining up. But again, Kraken is here. Kraken's looking for that win. I would just go all in. Like, I would really just go on if I was Team Beta right now.
You know, they really have not much to lose. I mean, they can definitely, they don't want to give up this match completely. They do a turn on the Alpha, take him out. Now it's just Baron going up against the Kraken.
Go all in.
Can the Kraken finish? I don't think the Kraken's going to finish this.
Right, but that's why they needed to go all in, just to finish the game. Kraken got the turrets down for him, and it's going to bring the crystal down half. I mean, imagine if we had any kind of shots here on it.
I mean, but yeah, it just put a few more. The only thing I will say is that, you know, they were pretty low health. They could have gotten aced. And if the crystals still hadn't gone down, an ace would have just been probably a little bit more helpful, the gold bounties especially. You kind of prevent them, by both carries staying alive, from picking up any gold bounties.
You can get aced, but they would have won. Like, I mean, Koshka alone, just jump in, twirl, game would have been over. But that's the privilege we have as being observers.
Yeah, it is easy to say that maybe it would have gone that way, but looking at the game right now, Forecourt, it's clear that this game is very much in the bag for Instinct. They would have to completely throw it away over a 12,000 gold lead, that no turrets left. There is little to nil that cheek clappers can do to come back into this match.
Yeah, that's 12,000 gold after Kraken. It was closer to 14,000 before that. But the fight in the bush, all three with that. The Quibble comes down there as well. Batman is done. We already blew up there from the Alpha. And, well, I think that is going to be history in the making. Team Beta, again, you can't run from this Koshka, and the one shot comes through. 17-0-8, Sebs. That's really good.
That is really good. Beta Instinct, they pick up a victory, and with that win, they are not going to get knocked out of the loser bracket and out of the tournament. Cheek Clappers, though, with one more shot to kind of come back into this, they are not out of it yet either. They still have one more game in this series to go. Quick look at the builds. Oh, and nope. Not today.
Nope. Did you click finish instead of details?
Yeah, that happened.
Nah.
That happened.
That's okay.
But you know what? We actually play the second game of that matchup. We're actually going to go and jump over to another game after this break. We will be right back. I think we're getting ready for the Noble Pro going up against Parallel. That's going to be really exciting. So as soon as I can get into that matchup, we will. Right back after this break.
Only $14.99.
Don't miss the call. Download Band. Communication made easy.
All right, we are getting back here for the next matchup, but we are waiting for development to see. It's supposed to be Team Parallel versus Noble Pro, but as we get into the late hours of the night, some of the players are not able to potentially participate, and it may be causing some problems here. So we're working on that for you guys in a little bit. Let's take a look at the bracket. We're going to start with the winner bracket. It's starting to really shape up for Court as it is almost complete. Round number 4, Noble Pro and Parallel. This is like one of the last matches for tonight. The first match of round 4 to kind of be completed. We do have also, Team Enix. They do move on, looking to face either Terminal or Impact. Actually, I think they're going to be facing Terminal. So these are the last 2 winner bracket matches to be happening tonight before tomorrow's semifinals. As we get ready for the next matchup, we are waiting. It looks like we do have an invite. We should be almost ready to go here for Court.
I mean, I'm more than happy to do it, but it is getting late into the night. I'm rather surprised these teams are still here.
Yeah, well, I mean, the tournament goes all the way through round 4, so it's just got to keep going as fast as we can. But, it looks like it's definitely tough. But we all are in this together.
I'm watching that band ad. That is definitely a very different ad, my friends. Definitely a very different ad.
Yes, not your typical Sam, Dan, Jan, and the company. So we're working on trying to get this all worked out here as we get into this last matchup. It looks like we're almost ready to go, and it will be Noble Pro, I believe.
So Parallel won, did they? Parallel and Enforcers?
Check. Parallel beat Enforcers, correct. And
right, yeah,
move on.
based upon the fact that they're playing now, they had to have beaten Enforcers.
So, with that, though, we are getting ready. We got Noble Pro, Vainglorious Pajama Drama, and they are getting, actually, Pajama Drama coming in. He was not playing in the first matchup, right? It was Derek. Or look.
Yeah, Pajama Drama wasn't there. Vainglorious and Hideous was definitely there. But I mean, this is the fun time of having 6 people on your roster.
Yep, definitely good to have these backups here.
That being said, I really do hope that we can find Team Parallel.
We're working on it. Hopefully find out in just a few moments as we get late into the night. Yeah, I'm with you too, Forecourt. It has been a long stream. 4 hours of streaming. There have been a lot of matches.
Well, when you go from a 32 bracket to a 64 bracket double elim, yeah, your mods are sort of working overtime at this point. It's basically the same as 96 games that they got to take care of. I think it's 96. I'm gonna have to do the math later on, but I mean, it's a big step up, right? VIS last round was 32. This time it's 64, and we did cap our challengers back at 32. It's really good growth to see that there's enough interest to be running a 64. But yeah, the logistics is certainly something. So we do appreciate you guys' patience in order to make sure that we can get these games up to you. Tomorrow's gonna be like the creme de la creme, tomorrow we will find out who will lead the split, who would take home those points, and who's going to be in the best of positions to challenge the Evil 8 bottom 3.
Yeah, it will be. It will be interesting to see. We're getting very close. Tomorrow's going to be kind of the shape of these 8 teams, and as we see these brackets kind of form, we very very close to these top 4 teams. If Noble Pro will be making it into the semifinals. Team, real surprise. Team Terminal coming in, making a huge impact. They are going to be going up against Team Enix. But we still have to get through the loser bracket, which is still underway as we speak right now.
Who's on Terminal? Terminal beat Beta Instinct, and Beta Instinct showed really good and strong play in the losers bracket.
Yeah, they really did. Definitely much more dominant than some of the teams they were matching up against. I mean, Terminal beat Beta Instinct, then they also beat Synergy, Deicide, and they also beat Impact Exodus. So they've gone through a lot of teams.
Now, I've been told that Advanced Warfare, Pixel Glory, Icy No, Fenrir, and Solo Q Frost is actually the team roster there of Terminal. Not any names that I recognize, but there's definitely some supporters there in chat about them. Do we actually have a graphic for Group B?
We don't have a graphic. Those teams have actually not been announced yet. So that's the interesting thing that we're waiting on. Group A was announced, and we got all the brackets done. Group B is incoming, as that will be next week. So they'll probably be announcing those brackets pretty shortly, sometime as we get into this weekend for the Evil 8. But I don't know, it's not been announced or released yet, so we don't know. But it's a whole nother set of 32 teams. They're actually, and their rankings are actually fall in between the seedings that we see here. So this is actually 1 seed and a 64 seed. So the next Group B is actually going to have a 2 seed and a 63rd seed. So it's going to be really interesting to see that group, how it plays out with the teams that have been selected for that group. It's going to be really interesting. Because there's been basically a whole nother set of top tier teams that we haven't gotten to see play yet because they're in Group B.
The start of a new series doesn't come without its challenges, but I mean, again, 64 teams, man. It's really exciting. The biggest bracket I think I've ever seen is 5,000 something. That was Super Smash Brothers, but I don't expect Vainglory to kind of get up to those numbers. But pushing into 64, maybe even 128 bracket by next year, that's real good signs of growth, man.
It really is. And you know what? It's you got to give a lot of props out to all these players. It's been 4 hours. They've been playing nonstop. 4 rounds of best of 3. That's a lot of rounds. It takes a lot of stamina. And you know what? If you want to make it into this professional competitive scene, you've got to be able to play game after game and show that you have what it takes, the stamina, the willpower to do it. It's not easy. And these players have, they're continuing to show that they have what it takes. Show up and to do this. We are going to actually, it looks like we're going to go back and we're going to stream the final, the second game of the Beta Instinct versus Cheek Clappers as we wait for them to get back on because it does look like we were not able to get into the parallel game.
Oh, well, at least we get to see something. And yeah, I want to see if we can bounce back. Beta Instinct put a really strong show for game number 1. I want to see if the Cheek Clappers have something up their sleeve in order to bring it back, or if it will just not meant to be and they're going to go out.
We'll find out shortly. It looks like we're getting ready there. So apologize for everybody who's had to stick around for these pretty long waits. Trust me, we're trying to wrap this up as quick as possible.
I still don't know how to say Junior's name there, but I think he's saying it's Zuenrior. Zuenrior. That's his name. It's not Junior anymore. It's Zuenrior. The J is silent.
Yeah, just getting that as well. Would not have been able to figure that out on my own. Zuenrior.
Well, the J, yeah, basically I look at that and I see the J and then Junior. I'm like, Junior. Makes sense to me, but yeah, we'll keep it that Zuenrior. So Zuenrior, Sebs, and Drew Nami. And they have to go up against the Clappers, but I don't quite see them here yet. The cheeky Clappers, man. I mean, it's good to see Baron, but I think this will still put us at a 0% win rate for uncasted Evil 8 sanctioned tournaments for Baron.
Yeah, he is just not done well. You know what? A lot of potential. In fact, it seemed like when he first came out, everyone was talking about how strong he was. But it has just been the opposite. He has not been able to perform in competitive play. I think people figured out how to match up against him pretty quickly and stopped him dead in his tracks. So, looks like, many other heroes just seem to be, a better pick in these drafts.
It's also, I think, a big impact was the highlight video that we pushed back at Seattle. I remember, being just with all the players during the highlight video because Zekent was up on stage talking about it, and all the reactions were like, "What? Overpowered, blah." Right? I think there was a really too much of an expectation there.
All right, well, we got a match. We're actually going to get into the second game between Beta Instinct and Cheek Clappers here. So let's get that game started and get going into the draft of game number 1.
Well, that would be fantastic. So, yeah, totally. Let's do that. Game number 2 of these series, as it is actually up 1-0 here for Sebs and Zuenrior and Drunami, if you recall. I do believe we had a Samuel ban last round with... Who was the other ban? Lyra? Might have been Lyra.
There was a Lyra ban, Lyra and Samuel. They almost got the Taka ban, chose not to, went to Samuel, and then we ended up seeing, them go with the Baron pick. Probably a mistake, ended up not working out for them.
Well, I wouldn't expect that to change, and it doesn't look like it's gonna. There we go. Samuel and Lyra are out. Adagio, Finn, Lance. I mean, we actually seen more first pick Lance than I would have expected.
Yeah, you know what? It just seems like a lot of players feel like they can, they can kind of pull that into either a support or a carry. And so it just is it's a flex pick, and it's something that a lot of teams have seen. Finn, not so much of a flex pick, but definitely a strong support pick that you can build your composition around.
And there's that strong support coming out. It's not quite the Lance, but it will be the Finn. Finn, Kestrel, Celeste, for example, or Finn, Kestrel, Sky. I think that would definitely be something up their ally. And on the flip, Vox. Not exactly the priority laner. I thought that would get a first pick situation, but this is where I would definitely put a roamer. Just leave that last pick for counter.
I absolutely agree. We'll see. It does look like they're hovering that Lance. Ooh, maybe the Arden. As we go, yep, they do pick up the Arden, and now we're going over to see what they go. So the Lance is open. That's a great pick to have open if you're on the side of Beta Instinct, because it's such a strong roamer or lane or jungle carry if you want it paired up with that Finn. It's definitely hard to run into that.
Yeah, but remember, Sebs went 17-0-8 with Kestrel, and they got that Finn here again. So it's going to be a very similar situation. I'm pretty sure, though, Sebs will be playing the Taka this round instead of the Kestrel.
Yeah, absolutely. Taka, he's got to hover in the lane, so it's probably not going to be a lane support Taka, and probably not on Junami. Koshka, though, might be coming out. Very strong pick by Commander Rob. We'll see how these play out as far as the switching up between the heroes.
Koshka versus Taka. There's definitely a lot of talk amongst some of the circles in Vainglory about this. Playoff Beard, for example, tweeted out that NA needs to kind of lay off a little bit here with the Taka. EU don't even give it peace of mind anymore. But it is going to be Sebs there on that Kestrel because he's going to lane. Junami will be the jungle there with the Taka. And Batman has to show us what he's got with that Vox.
Yeah, I mean, they actually got a good chance at playing very tightly into Beta Instinct, performing well because of their composition. The Koshka has been shown, to have some very strong early game presence, and we did see the Koshkas perform pretty well here so far in this tournament. So as we get to, Drunami, though, this is going to be the question with this Taka. We've seen so many Takas. The Storm Crown Taka is just so popular and its win rate is extremely high. That at least in certain match circumstances, that it's hard to resist it. So I can definitely understand why these teams tend to go for it. Nice clear though on the side of Beta Instinct. Moving over to Clappers, the Koshka though, with Commander Rob being able to play that, if he can play it well, it's going to be very aggressive. Kind of might actually do a good job locking into this Taka early. You see, as they're kind of a little weak there, this is a kind of the advantage for Clappers to kind of get in and harass this early game Taka Finn.
Well, the Clappers just actually got hit by a double quibble, but here's Batman there as well. It's going to become a 3v2, and, well, Zenriar, he's kind of the big target. You do get the quibble on top of Batman, but Drunami is having a hard time nailing down that box. There we go. We finally do get it, and, well, the flare, yeah, they realize he kind of went the other way. Catalyst is going to find Drunami here, but Sebs, he can just rotate down and ward off any kind of really big excursions. This will leave Commander Rob to get into the back, and he's going to pick up some farm.
Yeah, I mean, and 1-for-1 trade. It was a 3v1. It should not. I mean, at least for a partially, there was like a 3v1, 3v2. Should not have been a 1-for-1 trade. They should have been able to pick up that kill clean. Instead, it's 1-for-1. Beta Instinct showing that they can hold their own up against this Clappers team.
Yeah, but Commander Rob on the Clappers, he's making his mark here into the counter jungle. Sebs has really no counter to do, and, well, Drunami just finally got into the back, but I thought he was being tailed by Catalyst. Turns out that's actually not true. So it's going to be this chase with Commander Rob. The polite company is good enough to put him on that scout trap. It's actually still going to be the kill going over to Sebs, but this has left Batman to push up a good bit. How's his last hits? Less than stellar. 9. Maybe 10? Maybe 10? Ooh, 11. Good job there on the 11. So he's actually is going to bring it back to parity there with Sebs, but at least it's a little bit of an even early game.
Yeah, it is pretty even. They're definitely doing a good job focusing on the farm. Drunami with this Taka able to sneak in, does get kind of caught out. A lot of damage coming out by Commander Rob in this Koshka, and that's kind of what you want to see. But where Taka is so strong is he just goes into his box Katus and then comes back a new Taka, fully healed in some cases, and is able to go back and reapply that aggression, that pressure in the jungle.
I really hope Langley Lang is watching, because this is the first Crystal Taka that I have seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, we have rarely seen it. It not maybe, you know what though, I have heard of in EU they go Aftershock Storm Crown, because and there's some merit to this. Aftershock is great at dealing with comps that build a lot of health, and health is a great way at countering Storm Crown. So if you go Aftershock first, you kind of prevent a team from building in a lot of health, forcing them to go more defense, where the Storm Crown has no problem eating through.
Well, we'll have to see if it will be a Storm Crown to follow. With the Tension Crown, I mean, that was definitely the craze, but as you said, I mean, like, it does chew through a little bit. It does the same function as the Tension, it just doesn't synergize with auto attacks, as well. But we'll have to see. So Commander Rob not going to get that train, I don't think. Zurenri are trying to get the flank, but Koshka's a little bit too fast for you. Catalyst and Batman, they were back at home doing a little bit of shopping, and that shopping is going to be a Weapon Vox.
Yeah, and Weapon Vox, we haven't seen a lot of Weapon Voxes. Vox typically has
one today.
Yeah, first one today. We haven't seen a lot of Voxes in the competitive scene in general, and then to see it, kind of make a resurgence, doing really well. The Crystal Vox, especially, but Weapon Vox, we'll see how it plays out. Drunami, he's all ganged up. He's going to go down. Probably should have gotten out of there sooner. Getting three man ganged up on him in the jungle there.
Well, a kill is a kill, and Batman's going to be very happy to get that one. We're still waiting for that Aftershock here from Drunami. Zuenrier is actually being very aggressive in that bush. He's put down 2 mines now as well. Commander Rob, though, once he finishes up with his trains, might make a trip up top. If they can find Sebs with that yummy catnip. Oh, he's not even close to level 6. Never mind. Well, it could have been a fun situation, but Commander Rob's only level 5.
Yeah, I
hoping
mean,
to see
Beta
level
Instinct
6
is moving up pretty quickly. They've done a better job farming. You can see that right away. And so even though it's two kills apiece, they're just definitely moving a lot more fluid. They've got this synergy about them that the Cheek Clappers just don't have. Even with this Koshka, you think that Arda and Koshka would be much more aggressive, but right now it's all been about this Taka doing a great job. The Crystal Taka, they kind of catching them by surprise.
Sebs and a Soro Blade. Pre-6 minutes. You don't want to fight Sebs right now, or, well, maybe you do. The rest of the team is actually very slow to the reaction, and now Junami able to style, picks up that Vox, no problem. Commander Rob stunned up, doesn't matter, still gets the kill, but Junami will clean through. Double, looks for the triple, will get it as well. That's an ace. That's impressive, and that's Junami feeling on top of this world.
I mean, at 6 minutes, he's already level 7, so he's ready to go. He's got a lot of damage, scaling really fast, and his itemizations already has his Aftershock. So he was just, every time he used his ability, just chunking away at the enemy team. Even though they've got a lot of shield, it doesn't matter. And Junami, man, coming in big for Beta Instinct this match.
Now he's trying to dodge around. He's actually done a good job of dodging out as much as he can, but he is going to get stunned up. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy goes through the box, and, well, Junami, it's going to take a little bit of a miracle, and, well, it's not to be. So he did get some good counter farm, and he did get the triple kill earlier on. The big question now is, will he go into the Storm Crown? It looks like a broken myth.
Yeah, he's building some of that pierce damage. I mean, we have not seen a Crystal Taka in competitive play forever. Beta Instinct really putting a statement out there that they want to play this, and they can go toe-to-toe with these teams in this bracket.
Well, maybe. I mean, like, this is what they have to prove. It's 36 versus 45. The seedings have not really been super kind to these guys. Now, it is out of 64, but, I mean, with some of the big names already into the farther rounds, it's only going to get harder. Whichever team does win this, right? It's not like you win and everything is just, cakewalk. No, it's like school. It gets harder every year.
Oh,
So it's gonna
Junami.
get harder here every time.
He has gotten completely caught, taking so much damage, but still alive.
Yeah, for a while.
For a
He
little
does
bit.
actually drop. The Clappers do pick up that kill. Seb's trying to play around that active camo. Batman trying to get some damage in, but Zuenri are actually doing a really good job of keeping him split. The whole the whole Clap team here, sort of split. They got to make a move all together, but the stun doesn't happen. Commander Rob would trade it, and it will be the double going in. Kestrel is just really powerful right now.
Oh man, Batman definitely showing up big, being able to help pick up that kill. It's a 2-for-2 trade ultimately, but with having Batman alive and just Junior sticking around, it's definitely a better trade for Cheek Clappers.
7 and 6 for kills there, Dragon. Still about 2,000 gold or so. Where is that one shot going? Wherever it was, it didn't actually connect for a kill, so we'll have to keep our eyes on what Sebs will do next. He does have that Soro. I want to say he's going into a monocle, but we'll have to see if it's going to be a breaking point first or not.
Yeah, well, Batmang already has the breaking point.
Did you say it again?
I did say it again. It's late. It's very late. And as all the players have expressed already, this has been a very long day of matches after matches. And trust me, the entire staff at VIS, it feels it too and sympathizes with you guys. But nice Force to Court does miss. Blocked out, but the nice wait for it coming in.
Ooh, nice.
But a lot of damage. Koshka gets the Catnip Frenzy. It looks like Junami just not able to come back into this fight soon enough. Oh, I take that back. Just in time.
Yeah, we had a fountain, and he had some healing, and he still has that box available to him there as well. They couldn't actually bring down Sebs either. Commander Rob went from basically hero to zero very quickly in that fight. I actually did think he had a very strong chance of cleaning up too, and we might even get this game back to par, but Zuenrier did hold on to the fountain for a long time, and that fountain basically cleaned right through, and that's why they were able to get not only the kills, but a turret. But Sebs, you're going home the hard way, man.
Oh, he gets caught out there, goes down. But can't feel too bad with that exchange forecourt because they do get those 2 turrets, and they've got those objectives. They're winning the gold by a decent amount now. And, that's just, you saw that fight. It was interesting to see. They were so low, especially Drunami, very, very low, but he didn't want to go away. He knew that just a little bit more health, his burst was strong enough. He's that far ahead that he would be able to easily deal with the rest of Cheek Clappers, and that he did.
All right, Junami's coming back here into the mid. I saw a Shattered Glass, and that's actually on Commander Rob. So, again, Koshka's hitting hard. They're going to get a lot of damage done, and Broken Myths are shaping up for both of these jungle carries. We already got it there on top of Junami. Commander Rob not really too far from it. Batman, or Batmang, he has that breaking point, and it is going to be that probably the double build here with the Tyrant's Monocles. But Sebs has the Sorrow into the breaking point. We'll have to see if a Tyrant's come out for him. I think it's going for an
Oh, Commander Rob got caught out.
Yep, and well, he's going to have to retreat. I don't think Catalyst did himself any favors, gets killed during the gauntlet on top of it, and well, that main just kind of left to his own devices. Does not do well against the trio here of Team Beta Instincts. So, all right, Commander Rob, he's the one that got caught. He kind of baited the rest of his teammates into death. They're going to have to suffer a gold mine for it.
Yeah, I mean, Beta, he gets away alive, but he forces his team to engage in a fight they really should not have.
No. At this point, fighting anything 3v3 is definitely not advisable. We need to see, Commander Rob and Catalyst work in unison, speed up the Koshka, catch somebody alone, use the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, blood for blood, just stick to a target and take him down. You got a Shatter Glass, right? You almost got that Broken Myth. Commander Rob's damage output is not that bad.
Yeah, it's just so difficult though. You've got this Finn. His quibbles are just so potent. So if you try to engage, it's going to result in a lot of damage. You've got the Kestrel who can, put down that active camo and stun you up. It's just to do this engage. We kind of saw like with the Ozo by starting all over. You played this Ozo, was doing a lot of damage, but every time he tried to engage, the Kestrel was able to stop him in his tracks, and that's exactly what we're seeing with this Koshka.
Absolutely, yeah. So, Commander Rob still trying to do a little bit of farming. This is a 2v3. Junami coming in real late to the fight, but Forced Accord really only picks up Catalyst, who doesn't have that gauntlet. So, looking for a fight right now, probably not the best. We do got Crucibles and we have a Crucible and 2 Reflex here for Beta Instinct. Not the same situation for the Clappers. They don't have a Crucible whatsoever. And against a Finn, that's rather gutsy.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing with fire here. Forced Accord could be coming out at any moment. Well, it's 24 seconds. There's the gauntlet. It comes down. Wait for it. It does hit, but it's not enough. The resonance not strong enough with this weapon Vox. And man, they're decimated so fast. Catalyst the last to fall.
Now, the gauntlet into resonance bounces would have been great if it was a crystal Vox. We call that the bouncy castle. But yeah, with the weapon, it's just not hitting the mark. The farm's not there. Batman is not nearly as ahead as he wants to be, and that actually is going to be a game right here. They're going to split the turrets. Everybody's going to come back up to it, but I mean, one more bad fight and it won't even matter. It might not even matter right here. Just look at how fast the Clappers are getting decimated. The one shot catching her by the tail at the end of it. Batman just not going to be living through Junami. The burst is real with that Broken Myth and that Aftershock. And well, that's going to be it for the back-to-back aces. And that is going to be game just before the Kraken mark. And that will be a 2-0 as well.
Wow, 2-0 Instinct, coming out impressive. They fell in the initial bracket, coming down to the loser bracket, but looking really strong. Looks like they'll be able to continue to move on here as we go through this. And take a look at the builds real quick. Big story though, is it just seemed absolute dominant play. The synergy on Beta Instinct compared to the Clappers was just not even comparable. They were just so much more synergized, and 2-0. Beta Instinct taking out the Clappers. The Clappers are eliminated from the tournament. Best wishes to you guys. And Beta Instinct, congratulations to them. Moving on to the next round here in the loser bracket.
Well, as I should see the creme de la creme, and we do have majority of the winners now figured out there as well. It's always fun on day one to see if we can find any rising stars, any diamonds in the rough. I gotta say, Team Beta Instinct, they showed some really good stuff here.
Yes, they really did. We're looking forward to seeing them throughout this tournament. Hopefully, we'll find out if they make it into tomorrow in just a little bit as we get ready here. But we're going to come over and just take a quick look at the bracket where we're at right now for all final updates. This is the updated bracket as we have it at this moment. It's still a few more games being worked out. Noble Pro and Team Parallel have to face off. And then, of course, Team Enix is still waiting. I think it's Team Terminal that will be jumping over and playing them. Of course, the loser bracket is also underway. Just a quick update there as I get you guys into that. We do have some match results finalized from the loser bracket. Let me update you guys on that right now before we close out the stream tonight. Some of the updates is OMG Nexus actually took out Chaotic and Team Guardians, and they are moving into the next round. White Tigers fell to Team Guardians, who ultimately fell to Nexus. Looking ahead, we also have Synergy is one game up over Team God Eaters. And then, of course, we move down. Mutiny is facing Team Gabe. They'll be facing We Too Sexy, the winners of that tonight. Beta Instinct, of course, wins over Clappers, and they're moving on actually to face Impact Exodus. So some updates there. Some of the teams that have fallen today, we do want to just congratulate everyone for coming out. But we do, with that, we're getting pretty late here, guys. So I do, not too much more.
That was the best right there.
Yeah, that echo was very OP. The perfect thing to echo was the All right, but with that, guys, we are going to be wrapping up this stream. Some of the matches are still going on, though. We'll have those brackets posted and posted by the end of tonight. So with that, Forecourt, thanks for hanging in there as we close out this stream today.
Yeah, man, it's good times. Big props to you. I know you don't like to really step into this role. You want to be a bit more, camera and direction and all that. But dude, yeah, it was a good time. I'd do it again.
Well, thanks, Forecourt. We may be doing it again, I'm sure. So with that, everybody, good night. We will be back tomorrow with the semifinals. We'll actually be picking up, though, some of the games that weren't able to be completed due to how late we went tonight. We'll be starting off tomorrow's stream with those games, specifically Noble Pro versus Team Parallel. You guys aren't going to want to miss it. It's going to be exciting. Forecourt, I'll see you there tomorrow as well. With that, everybody, good night.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.